we're gonna be checking out Synergy, and this is a game I have not played. It is a colony building style game. It's got a very interesting art style, and that's like kind of pastel hand drawn kind of thing. My understanding of the game, and this is again having, if I have played it was like an early demo and I don't remember it. But my understanding is you build stuff and it throws things out of whack, and there's a little bit of a juggle about trying to balance the planet ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. It looks super fun when FG played. Gotcha, I didn't know FG played. I knew Alana Rama played. But yeah, and I've heard good things about it. I haven't played it myself. As we typically do, whenever I check out a new game, we pop into the accessibility stuff and see what we actually got going on here. Turn off the mute when out of focus, because I noticed we had that. So you've got a bunch of different sound settings. More sound options than you normally do, because there's like interface, notification, ambient, and effects. I appreciate that, because sometimes you'll have like one, like maybe the notification sound is like particularly grating. Yeah, and it was just kind of one of those things that I appreciate that that's broken up more. You've got autosave, reset speed. Changes the game speed after certain... Okay, so basically, when certain things, it'll slow down your game if you're fast-forwarding it. Appreciate that. We have multiple languages support. You can make the interface larger, which I will be doing immediately. Because that'll be much nicer for both on stream and everything else. Now you think about it, it was because she loved talking, or she talked about loving the colors. You love the art style. It's been forever on your wish list. Yeah. So for video stuff, you got pretty standard stuff here. Not seeing anything mentioning like screen shake or motion blur or anything like that. And then controls. It has detected that I'm using Dvorak out of the box, so I really appreciate that. So some good stuff in there, not a lot, but this is the kind of game I actually don't expect to have a lot of accessibility problems anyways. It's unlikely that I have aggressive screen shake or anything like that, but you never know. So let's go ahead and start ourselves a new game. Okay, so we have the recommended mode, which is Scorched Earth. A tutorial is essential for familiarizing yourself with the game's mechanics, ensuring that you're having a rewarding game experience and a good understanding of your objectives. And then you have the next higher, so tutorial, story, sandbox. Firestorms. With each passing day, more species are going extinct, more lakes are drying up, and more towns are being deserted. Solidarity alone will not keep the drought away. If we are to overcome this phenomena, we must understand it. There's a different story here, the Anchoring. An organization of researchers and philosophers called the Anchoring has decided to reconnect isolated populations, help them acquire knowledge, fight the environmental hazards, and understand the inexplicable phenomena. And then sandbox mode, you can build your city and brand new maps. Since there's no storyline to follow, you can just play as you like. Now, we are going to do the recommended mode because it's recommended. Hey, Alana. Can I get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and the only person I've actually like caught playing this, which I got to see some of it, and it looked fun. I didn't see much. I did see that Alana cut down too many mushrooms. I remember that was a problem. I don't remember why, and don't spoil it, just that Alana was like going, I think I cut down too many mushrooms, and was struggling a little bit. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and do the tutorial, because the game recommends it, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see, the origins. Let's see. Yeah, no, I definitely saw, like I said, I caught just a little bit of Alana playing this, and I deliberately, when I have a game I'm thinking about playing and I see someone else playing, it's not that I won't check out their channel, I'll kind of deliberately, like, half pay attention. You know, to hopefully not get to the point that I'm gonna spoil it too much. Now, there are some, like, if it's a story game, I'll usually not tune in because there's no not spoiling. Alright, so the origins. A group of exiles driven out of dried-out oasis that protected them until now needs to recover. However, their resources are meager, the climate challenges them at every turn, and the desert is full of strange and dangerous mysteries. Let's see, you did this for the majority of the stream. Just a little Gartic at the end. Really enjoyed it. Good. We've been doing a bunch, well, not a bunch, we've got a couple of games that either just released into early access or fully released or whatever We checked out Supercar Collection Simulator. It's just another retail simulator. It's got some stuff that's trying to differentiate. It's just too early access to really stand out in any meaningful way, unfortunately. So it'd be one of those ones to, like, wait and see in my book. It was like, you could see they're trying to do something new, and I did appreciate, like, the different models. I actually really appreciate that they weren't using the same models as every single game in that genre. But it's still very much kind of the same thing with, like, one or two things added to it. We'll see. Anyways, the score is taken into account as soon as an objective is reached. You can improve until the next cycle, or until the next cycle 40. Okay. So there's victory, 1,200 points and 2,000 points. Okay, so I guess this is time limited in some manner. Prepare for the onset of the dry season. Stock up on water, build in cooler areas, and use shade plants and canals to contain heat. So heat is definitely a mechanic. Hydration is definitely mechanic. Let's see, an end to wandering. For 2 generations, our community lived in an oasis protected from the hazards of the outside world. But like everywhere else, you had no choice but to leave your homes. All is not lost. After crossing a sea of sand, you reach the shores of some new lakes. This will be a perfect place for us to settle. But first, we need to plan our urban layout area. A central square in which the city will have its initial structure. City management. You have now discovered a place that seems fit to build a new city. Your mission is to develop it so it can overcome environmental challenges, meets the citizens' needs, and to ensure their well-being. Cities are structured and interconnected districts, which cooperate to profit from the surrounding resources. Each district grows around a central square. Start designing your first district by building a founder's square. Okay. Oh, move to the optimal location. Place a founder's square in the highlighted location. Cool. You can speed up time if you want. And it goes up to 4 times. Yeah, there's definitely a really cool art aesthetic to it. Like, I like its vibrant colors because, especially in, like, the city builder, settlement builder, that kind of genre, you end up with lots of grays and browns in a lot of your games. Because, like, all the dirt areas you end up having, like, you know, if it's post-apocalyptic, everything's just gray and brown and smoggy. It's actually kind of one of the things I like about Timberborn is it's very bright and green. So I do like the color. I do like that it's got a little bit different appeal. Since our arrival, people in the camp have been sleeping under the stars, with nothing but a thin blanket to withstand the cold desert nights. Despite our city's first constructions, citizens don't feel much safer than before. While our city builders wonder how to construct stable housing and on sand, we must build temporary housing. 10 should do for now. Your citizens need housing to settle. All citizens' needs are communicated to you through their housing. Their vital requests, such as food, clean water, and comfortable ambient temperature. By meeting these basic needs, you'll ensure their survival. Later on, you'll be able to satisfy secondary requests called satisfactions, which provide important bonuses to the city. When housing capacity exceeds the number of citizens, children can be born. The more satisfied the citizens are, the greater chances of birth. Children don't work, and it takes one entire cycle for them to become adults. The construction of new houses is essential to make the population grow. Still, make sure you can always meet their vital needs. Start by placing tents in the designated area, in the district area. Housing placed outside the district won't benefit from the satisfaction results. Also, be aware of higher temperatures that can make housing uninhabitable. Look for shaded areas inside to install your tents. Okay, so it's saying here's the district zone, and then here's the shaded area. Yeah, so they've got a gauge on top. So that's saying minus 60. That's minus 5. Sorry, minus 40. Yeah, so it seems like if I place you way over here, you've got the best spot so far as temperature. Oh, and have 6. Okay, so they're all 60 to 45 over there. And that's just the number I'm seeing on the top of this little UI here. Okay, so it looks like a cycle is 40 days. And I think it said 40 cycles was like, I guess when will be graded or something like that. To really launch our city, we have to stock up on needed materials. Luckily, a small quarry of Rual rock stands just south of our settlement. Also, several citizens have volunteered to extract stones and use them to build our first warehouse. Let's confirm the order with volunteers and choose the perfect spot for a small warehouse. Let's see, ripping out. The rip-out action is the most basic method to extract resources, but it also destroys map elements in the process. You will find it under fast actions. Some collectible elements, such as rocky amalgams, can only be ripped out. Use this method to get Rual rock. So basically we have the fast and dirty way of getting stuff out. All collected resources must be stored in the water tower, clean or toxic water, in the cellar, food and clean water, which are resources used by citizens to nourish themselves, and small warehouses for all other resources. So I am noticing there doesn't seem to be any rules around this. I'm going to shove it down here, because I expect that to be one of the least hospitable parts of that tile. And since these cared about what was over top them, and this one didn't seem to. Rip out. Okay. Scavenger's Reign. Let's see, it has a French comic style. You don't know how else to explain it? I think they did have a demo for Next Fest. Resource transport. Resources must be transported by citizens to various buildings. Therefore, you'll need to keep enough citizens available to transport by not assigning them to specific tasks. Paths and clay roads allow citizens to move faster. Paths are free, so don't hesitate to build as many as necessary. Citizens assigned to Carrier Tower are exclusively dedicated to transport. They won't be called for other tasks, and can carry up to 50 resources versus 20 that other citizens can carry. Citizens follow your direct orders first, then the tasks they deem important. You can, however, prioritize buildings and other elements, forcing associated tasks to take precedence over any others. Okay, so place some paths. Okay, obtain 20 Rual rocks. Alright. I told it to not turn off the music when I clicked out of the window. Mute if your game is not in focus. We have that turned off. Alright, well, it does it anyways. It seems like the game is actually stopping running when I drop out of the window focus. Just bear with me. I'm trying to delay the ad break, because not too long my wife gets home, and I want to make sure I take my actual break at the same time she gets home so I can run downstairs, welcome her home, and, you know, do the thing where I chuck food in the oven real fast for that break. And then the other thing I want to do is right after we get back from the break, I believe I've got a spare key for this game that I can give out. I think this is the game they gave me a spare key for. Let's see. In the past, our community has tried to collect resources from its environment without understanding it. We have witnessed plants wither, meager groves scorched, and quarries depleted. We must not repeat that mistake again. To better understand the behavior of local specimens, we need to equip our scientists with a field laboratory and send them on an expedition to study those species. Analysis. To meet the citizens' need and develop your city, you require resources, even if you have no idea where to find any. Therefore, the first thing we need to do is analyze our environment. To do so, get a field laboratory. A field laboratory can analyze plants all over the map, but it only provides a knowledge bonus to housing within its range. As such, it is, let's see, place it strategically so that it has your tents covered. I mean... Oh, wait, 1 second. Let me check this. Okay, Tuma's letting me know that she's leaving work now. I think that means she's running late. I honestly don't know. Alright, so I'm going to put it here. It has a ridiculously large range from what I can tell. So we'll figure that out. See, there is an anime called Scavenger's Range we're checking out. It's this art style, quite brutal. I see. So we build it, we assign a laboratory to it, and analyze a plant that produces sour pods. Okay. Performing environmental analysis with the field laboratory enables you to learn characteristics of nearby plants. This knowledge will help you get resources without harming your citizens or the environment. The first analysis, the surface analysis, gives you a result of the rip-out action of harvesting actions on plants. Surface analysis, the citizens draw conclusions based on what they see from the plant. Okay, it looks like I can queue up a bunch of these. All right. And I think it's fair to assume the shade tree provides shade. That seems like a pretty safe assumption there. Now the big question, and again, don't answer this is me just speaking out loud, is once we research these enough, if we will be able to grow our own. Because I could see it that it's just a limitation that you get what you get, and I could also see that it's just a bit of an expense to get it to that point. Receipt analysis. Service analysis, cycle 1, day 13. The observation towers, one can spot here, and there in the distance, are built from sunshade tree wood, used to ensure the safety of the villagers long ago. They are now no more than spice-scented ruins. So, during rip-out, we would gain tree trunks from those trees, and the Arborist Workshop will allow us to harvest this plant. During the harvest action, effects will vary depending on the action. We'll gain resources branches. And we have all these other things we don't know about it. Right. So my assumption with a lot of this is that we will need to research these a good couple times to better leverage them, and then there'll be a pro and a con that I can rip it out to get quick and easy resources, but being its destructive nature, once I yank the tree's gone. Then you have the other options, which will probably be one that lets me grow new trees and something that'll probably have its own expenses, or get resources from it at a lower rate or different resources at a non-destructive manner. That's what I'm guessing, not having played this before. Alright, so we got our next plant here. The fruit in case of the pods whose skin is harder than that of ordinary berries produces a juice so sour as be known to make children cry. If we rip it out, we get branches. The picker's cabin allows you to harvest this plant during harvest action. Effects may vary depending on said action. We can get the sour pods. From poison to ambrosia. The food we brought with us is dwindling by the day, and more citizens are tempted to feed on local plants and drink the water from nearby lakes. However, that water is extremely toxic. Also, the local fruit and vegetables are both prickly and weird, and picking them without taking precautions is out of the question. We need to train our horticulturists to build the appropriate workshop for them so that they can start collecting fruit, vegetables, and other blessings from our environment. As for water, we can draw it and store it and treat it to make it drinkable. Food and catering. To survive, citizens need to eat regularly. To do so, they need food. When you eat at home, you consume the resources directly from nearby storage. This is why housing must be placed within range of storage, such as a cellar. Alright, so it wants us to place a cellar. The cellar, again, has pretty solid range. I'm going to go ahead and place it here. And connect that path. Okay, so they want to have the cellar. Then we want to build a picker's cabin, which I'm assuming will unlock soon. And then meanwhile, I got our researchers running around. Build a picker's cabin. So we got this thing that's showing us amounts. So it requires 100 sour pods. Okay, harvest. To get food, you must harvest. Harvest actions are achieved, such as the picker's cabin, allowing you to harvest plants without destroying them. This way, the plant can regrow and be harvested again, making it a durable method. Alright, so you got the picker's cabin. It also has a pretty generous range to it. Yeah, so it's got a good range, so we can reach all those berries way out there. That's I'm assuming that range is telling me. Alright. Yeah, so at the moment we got a very linear, here's the thing, it does this, here's the thing, it does this. Let's see. Before we knew about its toxicity, we would bring the spongy flesh of this plant on our travels and use it to drink from. A gradually growing disease became the price of our short-term survival. So we would get seeds from it if we destroy it. And if we use the Arborist Workshop, we can harvest the plant. During this action, we'll get different results based on that. We gain a resource of toxic water, and we suffer the illness of intoxication. Notching the specimen causes its death instead of providing resources. So it is a source of toxic water. Homeless citizens. Some of your citizens are homeless. Unpopulated? Okay, I don't know why they're not living in the houses. Also called chewing rocks. These mushrooms make an integral part of the landscape, can seemingly grow under any circumstances. If we rip it out, we get mushrooms. If we use an arborist workshop, it allows us to harvest the plant. During this action, we would gain mushrooms. And effects may vary depending on action. Gain mushrooms kills the plant. So it looks like either way we kill the plant. Notching that provides toxic water instead of resin. Select the picker's cabin. Select the harvest order slot. Yeah, I can't get them all in there, so I'll put one here for now. So have them do that and assign a person to it. But you're saying we have 10 homeless. And it says you have a capacity of empty. I don't know if that's working, or I got another button I gotta hit on it. So you're saying you have housing of none. So you don't seem to appear to be actually living in the tent. So I'm not sure how I make them go sleep in the tent. No, this is the second game. We played a retail game called Supercar Collection Simulator. That was basically where we had slot cars. It's just pretty okay. Is it like Anno and our things? Roads connected for source, but connected to what? Let's see. So this one, most would never ever think that these rocky formations could develop organically, let alone they could hide a spongy, soft, fresh core. So we would gain Rual rocks from ripping it out. And the picker's cabin allows them to harvest this plant during that action. May vary. We gain that. Scattering the seeds gives... Let's see, scattering the seeds and seeding the specimen doesn't yield any seeds, but gives another resource. So if we scatter seeds for this, it gives us mushrooms. Citizens also need to drink clean water to nourish themselves. This is why housing must be placed within range of storage, such as a water tower. The pontoon is a building that allows you to get clean water in small quantities, or toxic water in large quantities. Use it to obtain clean water. Right, but first I gotta figure out why on earth I'm not having people in our houses. I don't see, like, an assign person button. Or anything like that. There's a satisfaction. I mean, we'll just keep going. Maybe it's they have to have all the resources. I'm assuming this is maybe water? It's either that or grass. Okay. We have a water tower. I'm going to plunk that here. I mean, I'll try connecting that here and see what happens. So those all look connected. Now, we did see that, try and get as many as we can in here. Yeah, so we're missing all but one. Okay, so we can do those as well. As I mentioned, I can get stuff from picking those as well. Okay, so let them build that so we can get the water tower to cover our things. Roads connected to the houses? Well, that's the thing. I've got one connected here, but I'm still seeing that it's got a capacity of 2 and no one's staying at it. So I'm not sure what that's about. Yes, we got a population of 10 adults, and we've got housing for 12. To allow new births. Yeah, so it's saying I have 2 remaining housing slots. Oh, it went away. I didn't see if it went away when it connected the road, or something else led to it. Meanwhile... build 2 more houses. So we have some more more spare housing. Okay, and you are getting clean water. What did I overlook? No, so you're good here. Oh, I put it too far. Right, I put these right on the edge of my zone. That's right. There, we'll go with that. Any others on your wish list? Yeah. I'm assuming Tomb's trying to let me know that she's getting home late or whatever. Just like 15, 20 minutes. Alright, 1 second. Okay. And,
Thank you, Monrai, for subscribing for 12 months.
Thank you, Digwood, so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Sorry about the timing. My wife was just letting me know she was running a little late, so just quickly letting her know I got the message. We are going to get stuck with an ad here in a minute. Unfortunately, I already snoozed it 3 times, so I do apologize about that. But welcome in, Raiders, and thank you, Digwood. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who haven't checked out Digwood and our fantastic content creator, been playing some RimWorld recently. Really good time over there and all that, so I definitely highly recommend checking them out. Did a collaboration with Digwood a while back for Project Zomboid and a bunch of other stuff. Definitely good fun over there. A lot of chaos. Definitely something I recommend checking out. I was trying to think of what else to add into that, but you know, definitely good times. Plays a lot of, like I said, been playing a lot of RimWorld recently, among other things and all that. But yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Today we're doing a variety day where we're checking out a bunch of different games. Let's see, stream was good. You saw lots of colors going on over here and had to see what you were up to. Gotcha. Yeah, we're checking out a bunch of different games today. So this is actually our second game we've checked out. The first one was just another retail game, kind of like TCG Simulator, but kind of underwhelmed, so we switched pretty early. And then this one is Synergy, which is a colony game, but like really cool art style to it and everything. So definitely interesting in that regards. They are kind of teaching us how this goes, but this is a survival colony builder, where they've been kind of teaching us, being like, hey, you know, put your houses in areas with shade. You need to get clean water, all this stuff. What is taking you so long? Yeah, so you have the right recipe. Maybe I just need to put more people on it. Oh, I see. I missed the fact that it wanted me to assign 2 people. Okay. I was not watching the tutorial. But yeah, so we're doing stuff like bringing in, water and all that stuff. Back from watching Jurassic Park 1 and 2 and 3 today. Watching Jurassic Park World's End tomorrow. Gotcha. But yeah, like I said, I do apologize about you guys going to get hit with an ad real fast. I was snoozing the ad so that it would play when my wife got home, because normally around this time I would run downstairs for about 5 minutes. Welcome my wife home, quickly throw some food in the oven and all that, just because timing is what it is. But I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, since she's running a little late. She got held up at work. But, the ad's happening because I already snoozed it. I can't snooze it more. But it's 1 ad break per hour. I run the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls and nothing more. So I do appreciate everyone's understanding in that. But yeah, so far we're living in tutorial land. I could probably speed up time. Tutorial land, it's just teaching us the game. Innovations. Our past is cursed with instability. According to the elders, too often we have barely avoided extinction, and we have never had the occasion to settle and expand our knowledge. Others insist that we once used to have libraries full of wisdom, which sadly failed to survive the environment's hazards. The result is the same regardless. Everything remains to be done. To transform our resources and erect new types of buildings, we must have to construct a research building with all the necessary equipment. Then we will be able to study the projects our citizens care about most. Let's see, you're not the hugest fan of Jurassic World films? Yeah. Let's see, 8 adults joined, and 0 kids joined. Seasons. The dry season is a reoccurrent challenge for our city. Consult the weather forecast to anticipate it, and adapt infrastructure accordingly. During this period, water holes dry up, preventing pontoons from collecting water. As the temperature rises sharply, adapted infrastructures are needed to limit the heat. Moreover, dry seasons get more intense over time, sometimes marking a definitive rise in temperatures. You will then need to find new solutions or, to face such extreme conditions. To take on the upcoming challenges, you must unlock new tools and upgrades in research. These will help you get more buildings, recipes, and various bonuses. The future community is available. Each research requires an investment of resources. You can only unlock a new research if it's connected to another one you already have completed. Unlocking a research project requires science points and heritage points. The first science points are provided by analyzing plants with the field laboratory. Then, you need to build a research center to produce more points. Yeah, so it's saying this one, the future community is available. Our scientists have many ideas for technology that could improve our daily lives. To help them bring those products to fruition, we should build a research center able to produce its own energy. Okay. Well, the game has basically said, do this, so we will. Alright, so it doesn't seem like this has any conditions to it. It just needs to be in our district. So I'm gonna go shove that in the corner. And the reason I'm doing that is there's like a shade stat that houses are gonna be under, so I'm trying to keep it like away from the nicer areas. Let's see, you bought Ark Survival today because taming dinosaurs? Yeah, I never got into that one. Like, not anything wrong with it. It was just, at the time that came out, it was the time when, like, everywhere was, getting more and more of that style of game coming out. And as a result of it, I just kind of didn't jump in on it. Because, like, we had Rust, we had that, we had, Green Hell, I think, wasn't too far off of that. We had... Was that when Valheim first released? No, Valheim was later. But you get the idea. It's just we had, like, a lot of survival crafters all drop at the same time. And I kind of got burnt out on just survival crafter after survival crafter. Because it was also a time that we remember the ones that won. But man, there were so many really bad survival crafters that came out around that time frame. Like, so very many really underwhelming survivor crafters that just they had the release, they lasted for like 30 seconds, and then they kind of fell off. It's the same thing of like when we had Vampire Survivors came out, and then for a hot minute there, there was like 30, 40 different, clones of it trying to come out. And like a few of them did stuff to differentiate them and stood out, but there was a lot that literally were like, it's the same game with the same basic powers. We just changed the art. Or like added one different spell or something like that. But all in all, it's the same game. Okay, so we need to assign someone to it. Districts. Expanding your city requires the development of new districts. By unlocking places through research, you can transform the Founders Square into one of 6 advanced places, each matching a type of square and each with its own specialties. Unlocking extensions requires resources, but these allow you to expand your district zone any way you want. Okay. You must find the plants that provide the necessary resources to upgrade your district. Use the Book of Knowledge to remember the information you have gathered about your environment. This is the Book of Knowledge. Okay. So the Book of Knowledge just gives me a list of plants and what we've got. So we've got another plant here somewhere that we have not analyzed yet. Cool, I've got one barely in range. I am curious if I keep analyzing the same plant again and again, will I get farther knowledge? Like, okay, you want me to build 10 rustic tents. Yeah, so when you go to build the house, you'll notice near the top, it might be hard to see, it says minus 40 degrees. Basically, the farther we get away from the trees, the hotter it gets. So this is 30 degrees, that's minus 40. It's minus 45. And it's building up in this corner because it's able to get some of those houses up to like minus 55 and all that. Beginning of a new cycle, a temperate cycle. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got a temperate cycle, that's good to know. The score will be taken into account as soon as the objective is reached. You can improve until cycle 40. Okay, so we built our 10. Improve the district into a display square. Let's see, while a camp can be made up here, can be made of just tents here. The city consists of workshops, warehouses. The latter will allow artisans to better organize. Yeah, they're going to be specialty stuff. We'll worry about that later. So we analyzed, whatever the heck. Oh, this is the tree again. Information already obtained. I see. So what I'm doing here is a waste of time. So for you, just let them do that. So we need to research tables and green spaces. Dish preparation, exploration missions. Lumber mill. Toxic purification. Grow anew. Ugly fruit. Picking gear. Walking park. Level of understanding. Ground analysis. Cooking time, better knives. Tables and green spaces. So then it wants to upgrade this to a display square. Let's see. So it'll give us a forge, a kitchen, a cutting station, a carpentry, weaver's workshops, It'll add social, it'll add science points max, it'll increase the storage buildings. Gotcha, so they have different benefits. Resource refining. To obtain certain resources, a refining stage might be necessary. For example, tools crafted at a forge or dishes consumed by citizens prepared at a kitchen. Certain versatile production buildings can produce several resources. Production modules allow you to select the resources to produce and the way to produce it by choosing from the recipes to use. This allows you to adapt to resource availability in your environment. You must find plants to provide the necessary resources for simple dishes. Consult your recipes in the kitchen and choose one depending on the resources available. Use the Book of Knowledge to remember the information you have gathered. Alright. Okay, so we can buy an extension for a very low resource count. I have no idea which way I should be extending. It all seems fairly barren down there. Because I have no idea. Let's go that way. It's like, gives us more space, so I don't think that's what I needed. Oh, those are decorations. Knowledge, food. Water. So I assume it was the display square. Unlock dish preparation. Okay, so it might just be I need the dish preparation one, which I'm guessing is up here. Tool production. There. Let's see. Arboriculture. Healthcare. Water extraction. Refrigerated goods. Textiles. Exploration missions, dish preparation. Okay. So that means we have unlocked the ability to build a kitchen. So we'll build a kitchen. You plunk that down here. Let them work at that for a minute. You need Boreal rocks. Okay, the Cinder Spout is something of an unsung hero, for though every farmer takes care to keep it well away from its crops, it has helped build many a house. Few plants have ever been underappreciated as a Cinder Spout. So, if we rip it out, we get bark. If we use a picker's cabin, we also get bark. Seed scattering and seedings will injure your citizens. Okay, so let's take you off the list. So, we've hit a limit on the district range. You know that feeling? But I didn't think a PC could play it, unfortunately. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's, So that's the thing. So I have a concern here, in that I do not seem to be able to reach a whipping gourd? Oh, we haven't seen this one. Yes, the problem I have is that we have these down here, the Cinder Sprouts, and they're not in range for me to get at. Let's see. Choose recipe. We can make mushroom soup. All right. Yeah, it gives us the berries. Which one gave us what? So it was the riverbank finger. Notching kills the plant. Harvesting gives us toxic water. But ripping out gains seeds. I don't love that. The picker's cabin is giving me that resource. All right. So this is our new cabbage thing. Who among us would never be tempted to grab this pouch of crystal clear water and poke through its membrane, only to be rebuffed by a quick whipping vines? One must not confuse the whipping gourd for a simple container. It's far more so a guardian. So if we rip it out, we gain clean water. If we harvest it, we get linaz, but we can suffer wounds. And then seed scattering and seeding will kill the plant. So for right now, we're going to leave it alone. I guess I'm going to have to rip this out. I don't like the idea of, you know, because when I rip it out, it's gone. And so ripping stuff out for food that I can't get back is a little concerning. I'm really hoping we'll be able to plant. So meanwhile, before we get too far, let's go ahead here real fast and get a research tree. And there was planting anew. Tool production, textiles, public spaces, healthcare, water extraction, exploratory missions, improvements there, harvesting. To grow anew, the seeding procedure tends to change from species to species. We must conduct botanical studies so that our pickers can seed the plants. Completed, grow anew. That didn't give me a new building. Did it give me a new type of analysis? It did not. What would it take me to get a new type of analysis? I think I'm out of technology. No, I have 10 research points. Oh, it does sound like Toom has just gotten home. So bear with me, chat. What we're going to quickly do, we're going to make sure the game's paused. And I'm going to be right back in just a couple of minutes. This is my quote-unquote big break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. I just have to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw something in the oven so I have food here in a little bit, and then I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones. It was jump over or die. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. Like. Am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. He barely did anything to the whole situation. Though, alright. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with, this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Like, the new novelty and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just detached itself from my desk, so give me a second.
What is going on?
A raid?
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europower.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor venture that kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this. That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Doc,
theirs,
can I
like
get hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet morphine?
Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare Thrombo. We're going to leave those alone. They're going to eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? Alright, and I'm back. So sorry about that. It is just that thing that, like, you know, when my wife gets home, I just try to run down, welcome her home, and we just put food in the oven. It's just one of those things that I can't really eat before stream. I have to delay stream like an extra 2.5 hours. And I was looking at more research. I can't afford those. I am no longer looking at more research. So, I guess we're just cooking these. Because I'm not sure. In good health. Ah. So it tells me the health of the plant. That's interesting. That's a concern. So my concern here is I could cook these things, but I can't renew them. So when I destroy them, they're gone. Which means very quickly that's going to become a problem. And the implication is in the game, as we go through, it's going to get hotter and hotter and worse and worse. Let's say you picked up Mind Over Magic, and while you had a couple rough starts, you didn't take Lightning as your first run, and got caught locked behind the Research 2 wall. Then your second run you built a bit too big, and the staff member was dragged off at day 4. Here's to a third or smooth run. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like... So the comment I would get, because I honestly didn't see you playing, is don't underestimate the importance of rooms. Because almost all those rooms give you convictions, so it is based heavily around getting rooms set up. For Mind Over Magic. Which, for those who like RimWorld, you should consider checking out Mind Over Magic. It doesn't have, like, the cannibalism, organ harvesting, you know, all the memes RimWorld has. But, as far as, like, building a colony and then having, like, where, you know, you build this room and it gives you mood bonuses and that, they have the same basic mechanics. The big thing is the combat in the game. Instead of RimWorld, where it's, you know, you move your people behind position, behind cover, and try to, like, exploit AI movement and yada yada. Instead, it's got, like, JRPG-style turn-based combat, which isn't my favorite, but it's at least enjoyable enough. I didn't find it super difficult. We only had one fight I lost, which was like a mini-boss, and it was the first time I went into it. I kind of just brought the wrong set. When I say I lost, I ran away from it when it was clear that I wasn't going to win. So I didn't find it super difficult. My understanding is if you grow your colony really quickly, it gets super difficult. Which makes sense. It's the same thing that happens in RimWorld. If you've got, like, very few colonists and you just massively expand quickly, your colony wealth explodes. And then you suddenly find yourself struggling just to keep yourself afloat. Versus giving your colony a chance to slowly grow your numbers, have your people actually level up their combat skills, and just, you know, a gradual build-up. Because the quick ramp-up, you end up with people who, they've only got, like, shooting 3, shooting 4 in RimWorld, and then they're up against mechs trying to hit them with bows and arrows and such, and it goes badly. You're actually cooking these dishes, right? Yeah. So just gotta wait for them to finish that. My assumption of what's going to happen here is we're going to get the ability to seed certain things, and it'll likely be some crops I could very easily plant and grow more of. There'll probably be other ones that are much harder to do with that, and then there'll be probably some that just by their nature are destructive, where you can kind of cash out on the crop. But once you do, it's kind of done. So those ones are dying. They're withering. That one is in good health. Yeah, these ones are in good health over here. And then some of them are poor. So there is something happening around here where some of the plants are and are not doing well. And then likely we will have to do stuff to try and help the plants. Housing satisfaction. Faced with toxic water and prickly plants, it seems inevitable that someone will get sick sooner or later. Many citizens are wondering, what will we do if that happens? Fear and insecurity can be as lethal as illness. We've seen in the past entire families deciding to take their chances alone in the desert, only to be vanquished by isolation and end up beneath the sand. To reassure our citizens, we should build an infirmary, assign it a doctor, and demonstrate our new scientific knowledge. Housing satisfaction. Housing satisfaction is divided into 4 categories: well-being, social, culture, and knowledge. Each category provides specific bonuses to the city, such as upgrades in construction, production, and research. Satisfaction increasing plants and buildings apply their bonuses to houses within their range. Also, to provide bonuses, buildings are required an assigned citizen. Don't forget to assign someone. Each bonus has a tier, 1, 2, or 3. Satisfaction improvements are provided by bonuses are capped according to their tier. 1 is 10, 2 is 20, 3 is 30. Superior tier buildings allow you to reach higher values and may replace inferior tier bonuses. Consult the satisfaction heat maps to see the most suitable places. Consult building details in the construction menu to see which have impact on well-being and build near those. All right. So healthcare is available. All right. Pharmaceutical factory. Yeah, so we got an infirmary and a pharmaceutical factory. So we want to build this, and this has a huge range to it. I'm going to tuck it right down here. So I'll build that, and then we'll get assigned a citizen to it. Okay, you left to eat. There's probably an easy way to check on how many our people are workers and not. So we've got 7 people at work and 11 on other tasks. I'm going to go ahead and boost the number of people we have doing some of these jobs. Oh, converts resources gained into seed, providing 50% the displayed value. All right, so let's check with our knowledge about seeding. Let's see, scattering seeds and seeding give mushrooms. So the petrified giants will give us that. Seeding those will hurt people. We don't have any comment about seeding the berries. We don't know about seeding those. So let's try going down here, grabbing one of these, choosing seeding. And see what happens with that. And if I didn't already say it, hey, Planix, I hope it's all going well. Yeah, because in theory, that should give us mushrooms, which we can use in our kitchen to eat. So once we run out of where I destroyed that that plant. Alright, so we have the infirmary, assign someone there. Infirmary. The infirmary provides complete treatment for all sicknesses that citizens can suffer from. However, treatment duration and remedy quantities may vary when citizens are being treated. They can perform no other tasks. Ideally, it's always better to keep the citizens away from harm. The infirmary allows you to select what sickness to treat. Assigning several doctors allows you to simultaneously heal greater number of citizens. Some cures require remedies. To produce the latter, you need a pharmaceutical factory. Okay, so you still can choose any of them. The citizens have noticed strange phenomena. A luminous dot blinking chaotically and is only visible at night. They fear it could be a distress signal. Numerous volunteers have asked to investigate and organize a rescue operation if need be. Let's set up some explorers and equip them for the trip. Build an explorer's hut that allows you to send explorers on an expedition. The farther the destination, the more explorers you send, the more rations you will need to take. Also, explorations can be dangerous, and explorers may need to take difficult and potentially risky decisions. Then again, exploration is worth it. Exploring the world allows you to meet other human beings with whom you will be able to trade resources and who will sometimes join your city. You may also discover new species of plants to introduce to your environment, obtain technical artifacts and other resources, or even find tablets containing precious information. To get started, find a tablet. Cool. So we need to unlock that. That's going to be under science, because we already noticed that a couple of times. You are here. This is a building that also seems to make the houses happy. That's fine. Okay, so we've got everyone working as best we can. What are you? Is that a new plant? I think it might be. But it's like one tile out of our range. That's okay. We can worry about that later. What I would like to do is, how are you doing on research? Oh, that's like a more advanced research. Okay. What I'd like to do is get where we can start doing other research on plants, because I'm willing to bet we can learn more information. It changed the flag so it goes straight to the seeding thing. Ah, so got more whipping gourds showing up. I'm doing pretty good. Learning a new game. Okay, so Explorer's Hut is built. Choose an expedition to send out. The world map is divided into regions. Exploring one will display its destinations. Each region offers a major reward, one held in one of 3 destinations. Starting a region always holds a tablet. Unexplored camp, unexplored antenna, unexplored antenna. You do not have enough resources to launch an expedition. You have enough resources for 1 trip out, 1 trip back. You have enough resources for one trip out, one exploration destination, and one trip back. Select enough resources for 3 destinations. Okay, it says expedition in preparation. Alright, so that'll be one that we'll need to figure out. That's fine. In the meantime, we should be running out. I did notice I said pick these.
Hi, husband.
Thank you, wifey.
Yeah.
No. No. So I did notice that the berries, they are going to give us whatever the other resource we can cook with. Alright, Canadian Cuddles, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, so we're exploring a destination, we're getting our tablet and doing all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So the big thing is it seems like that bark is a very valuable material. Okay, so you fully withered. Let's also see here. Decoration. Purple thicket. Growing numerous tiny buds, the thicket displays purple foliage that makes it stand out among the desert's warmer colors. Evergreen thicket. Evergreen bushes. These bushes may be able to endure the harshest droughts, which makes them ideal for our landscapes. Mobile workbench. This rather convenient storage unit can be closed when the weather is bad. Domestic cistern. Domestic water tanks can be found all around the city's homes. The city council prefers instead to manage its stock using cellars and cellars and towers. So like, if we add a thicket here, for example, does that do anything? Not that I can see. It's fine. That's not really a usable spot because we'll want to make a road out this way, I think. So are you like... Oh, you finally reached the destination. Fossilizer. A storm is raging. With close to no mountains around, the explorers are exposed to the risks of lightning. Searching for shelter, they follow the tracks left by previous travelers to reach a tower equipped with a lightning rod. Lit from inside, the building arouses the group's curiosity. Which approach will you choose? My choices are enter. No other choices. Okay. The scientists enter the round building. At the center, which lies a dome, a complex formula is carved on a nearby stone slab. It seems the center dome is a machine intended for condensing plant matter until it fossilizes, and then becomes material. However, it requires a live storm and large quantities of supplies to activate. Let's see, unlocks, so we can fossilize food, which unlocks the following at the bartering outpost. We can give various food to receive the other material, or we can unlock where we can fossilize other plant matter to make the material. I'm going to go with the plant matter. After half an hour of treatment, the food dehydrates, turns into mineral deposits. I mean, okay. It luckily wasn't the food that did that. Okay. So go ahead and run that way. Because they basically required me to give them enough resources for 3 expeditions, so we'll just go ahead and use those. I am curious with where the game runs 40 cycles, what to expect with some of this. Alright, so we have cooking time, better knives, heavy burden, fair trade. I'm just looking at what some of our options are. Water extraction, refrigerated housing, school production, public space arrangements. Walking in such climates are harsh. We should install public benches and tables to allow our citizens to catch their breath. The arbor culture, I think, is a big one. The arbor culture looks like it's one of those ones that, for instead of like the bushes, is for the trees and all that. So it's a pretty big thing that we'll probably want to build that. I'm kind of wishing I had held off building that expansion up here. Wait, can I move the expansion? Are you locked in? Oh, I can just move it. Okay, well, that changes everything. Yes, let's pop it down here. Okay. Yeah, because we have these, which I can harvest for more bark. Cancel this one, grab you. And what did it say for these, seeding these? Seeding hurts people, so we definitely don't want to seed there. So we want to just regular old pick. Okay, so I still can't bring it down that far. Well, that's interesting. So it's grayed out so far as I'm getting hurt picking. So I don't know what that means, but we're going to find out. Gotcha. I can only choose one. Okay, that's fine. Okay, the expedition has reached their destination. Light strands. In the bed of what has probably been a strong stream long ago, the explorers found a luminous signal they spotted from the city, and that leads them to a cave entrance. Although the cold coming out of the cave appeals to the thirsty travelers, it forebodes something strange. Once they enter the cave's narrow entrance, their path stops, closed off by a rectangular slab. The interstices are both sides are lit by a rather chaotic way. The rays of light seem to persist in the air and the dust. What could the slab be hiding? We can use some water to discover the passage, or we can force it open. Well, I've got plenty of water, we'll use the water. The explorers freeze and hold their breath, listening to the water seeping into the cracks, and cavitates the cave's ground. Using the echoes to guide their actions, they discover the side passage. The tunnel obviously was dug by human hands. Some tools lie on the ground, apparently abandoned by their owners. The party collects them before carrying on with their exploration. So we got ourselves some tools. There is a vortex in the middle of the room with a glow that provokes headaches. A metallic contraption forms a perimeter around the whirlwind, but it's hard to guess its use as it seems to be out of order. One of the explorers introduces a tool into the vortex by fixing it to a rope, and then comes back unharmed. She asks for permission to explore inside the vortex. I mean, I would say no to climbing into the vortex where all you did is you chucked a tool through it, but I don't get that choice, so go ahead and jump in the vortex. The explorer comes out of her vortex. Her face and body are marked with blue symbols found in the tablet. She seems suddenly filled with new wisdom. The expedition's overload capacity limit prevented it from receiving the full quantity. Well, we might have missed out on something particularly valuable there. Watch it be like, you didn't get the tablet. Tutorial is broken. Oh, so we have hit our housing capacity. Oh, I have... Oh, that's not... Okay. I have a lot more building materials. So build some more houses there, so that the population can grow. I do kind of wish, with the food and all that, that it gave us like a vague, is this increasing, is this decreasing kind of mark. I mean, I think that's what the seeds are saying over there. We are increasing our number of seeds. Expedition returned. Your citizens have returned from their expedition, and they have brought back 1 new tablet in the research interface, 12 tools, and new trades unlocked. So it wants me to open the research tree. In the research tree, tablets allow you to unlock specific research products that are otherwise unobtainable. They can also be used to gain many science points or heritage points. Decipher a tablet. Water extraction. Okay. So it's specifically saying water extraction it wants me to grab. We noted on the outside the rate of the humidity in the ground cracks near city. Placing a pump on these cracks will provide us with a new source of clean water. Cool. Alright, district bonus. Each district must contain a certain number of buildings and plants to increase its development score. Reaching a new development score threshold allows you to unlock bonuses that can then be applied to either the district or the whole city. Some bonuses are essential to help evolve our city, such as increasing the maximum threshold for well-being, knowledge, social, and culture. Increasing the maximum threshold for legacy and science. Build a district of each type to help maximize the score and unlock these bonuses. High development scores also allow us to welcome more citizens into the district. However, if we exceed the overpopulation threshold, it means it has come time to build a new district. Okay. Insipid prosperity. Our community, which seemed doomed not so long ago, is thriving once more. Despite all its hazards, this world is no longer seen as just a menace. It is also viewed as an open door. Still, everyone is aware that the slightest sign of complacency, our infrastructure could become overwhelmed by the unexpected, and by our community's growing demands. We must improve our understanding of the natural world to predict it, despite its unpredictability. Fortunately, we are not the only ones facing this challenge. A new group is aiming to recreate the bonds between the isolated camps and share humanity's knowledge. We need to follow in their footsteps. Let's see, the Origins is completed, the Scorched Earth campaign is completed. Where others would merely hope to survive, we have reached prosperity. Your city is the first step to humanity's blooming and harmony with the environment. Your score is 950, and we did it in 2 cycles, 4 days. And it says we can continue to boost up our score until cycle 40. And I don't know what we get at 2,000 points, but I guess we just keep growing our city here. I think that was basically the tutorial was what's there, and now it's a matter of continuing to progress. Then there are 2 other story maps. I guess the thing I will... Well, actually, here's a question. Are there even other regions on the map? Okay. So send them out. Because I wonder if at this stage you're expected to just keep going for a high score, or if it makes sense that you would then just go on to the next story mission. I feel like we should be going for the next story mission. Because it feels weird for this to leave us hanging, which is like, okay, you're done. So I feel like we're going to want to go to the next story mission, even though like we've really not done a whole lot here. Just in case, let's save Origins before I go and I switch our scenario over. Because I think that was just the tutorial. And so let's see if we go on to the next map. Because okay, so it's literally labeled as tutorial. Okay, it even updated. This originally said recommended, and now this one. Gotcha. Okay, so you are expected to move forward. Right, so this one, we still have to cycle 40, and we can keep raising our score. Last resources. A group of volunteers is set up near the springs of Baklan to supply the villages in the area, but their stocks soon find themselves depleted whenever a heat wave comes, and the water distribution system is struggling to match up with their tasks. You like this a lot? Yeah, I know it's been fun. So we have our 2 options. We have Harmony mode, a peaceful game mode where building up your city takes priority over other challenges. The needs of the citizens are more forgiving and the environment less hostile, leaving you on ample time to focus on building without overt pressure. And then we have balance mode, the balanced experience focused equally on creativity and survival. Challenges are present, but you can overcome them with good management. Your city will have to adapt to the changing conditions. So basically, you get lots of resources, the needs are low, the seasons are easy, the chances of sick, easy, normal. And I'm assuming once you do enough in normal, you'd unlock hard or whatever. So we're sticking with balance mode, which is, again, the normal, harder difficulty we've got here. Quickly build a research center to unlock new possibilities. So I'm curious if we'll have an existing area, or it will be kind of like where we were, where it was going to be Greenfield again. Willing shoulders, all alone, the last children of mankind, or so they feel. The well of their hope is now run dry, just as their lakes and aquifers did long before. With their backs against the wall, several villagers sent representatives to search for water in the province of Baklan. Heavy is the burden that weighs on their shoulders. For without us, our homes won't have so much as a single drop to drink. After the long journey, we found an area with hot springs aplenty, but we still have to build a station capable of treating the water. We must first lay the groundwork, otherwise we won't be building anything at all. Okay, so it's still Greenfield. Right. So we got a lake over here. We got a couple different plants down there. So this time, instead of having all of our stuff right here nearby us, it does not appear to be the case this time. You also have this giant hill down here, which is interesting. Alright. So I've got a bunch of these shade trees here. We got cabbage shrubs. I've got the bushes there. Yeah, so it looks like this one we're going to have to do a lot more building and expanding just to get set up. Did I keep all my research from the last one? No, I have additional research that I didn't have before. Okay. So we've got our community center, so the important thing is wherever I'm building to live needs to be inside this box. Alright, so I think we put the first spot here. Because we also have these trees down here. Because I think they'll get close enough that we can get the water. I'm hoping. It'll be close enough to get these berries. I could probably have my gatherers go out this far. I'm hoping by putting it there we're good. And if not, then I made a big goop and we probably all die. And then we'll learn our lesson and we'll try again. Well, that's interesting. Another thing I'm observing is where the other time we had much higher, this is only giving me minus 40 where we were able to get to like minus 60 the other time. Okay, we need a water tower and a cellar. Okay, because it's still got things to tell me to do here. I've got 14 people with no homes. Have housing capable of 24 people. And it seems like this whole area down here is at the minus 40. All right. Yeah, I think it's 2 per household. It's a lot of houses. All right. So 18, 20, 22, 24. That's a lot of houses to have me start out right at the beginning and be like, build a bajillion houses. All right. And I assume it'll have us get stuff for food and start expanding all that. Perform surface analysis, have a pontoon, research, obtain vegetables. Okay. So, field laboratory is going to be what we need for analyzing the plants. Going to go ahead and chuck that over here. We will need the research center, which I don't have yet. Okay. We will need the pontoon. Which literally... Oh, I guess, yeah, so it's literally only in our district by just the tiniest bit. I basically was just barely in there. If I had gone any farther out, the pontoon wouldn't have managed to be in our district. Okay, and so we'll need to get research for a research center. Okay, so let's start analyzing. Analyze you and you. I did not realize you weren't restricted to the range. Oh, and you need a worker. I guess it's too many. There we go. So does this change each time? No, so it seems like they're the same each time, which I figured is probably going to be the case. Alright, so we've got them at the pontoon working. We've got this. My assumption is... we continue to research more and more of the stuff. We get our initial points. Okay, so I need 3, and I get 3 by just researching the plants nearby. Hey, Sim, how's it going? It's good to have you. Let me go ahead and drop a shout out for Simcopter1. For those who don't know, Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Tends to play a lot of like simulation, strategy, those kind of games. But recently has been doing some retro games, but doing some like Red Alert 2 and all that good stuff. Also did some Mario Kart and Mario Party with his community recently. So definitely good times over there. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays like a lot of like American Truck Simulator and that kind of thing as well. So absolutely fantastic content creator. It's one of the channels I end up in the most when I'm not streaming. So like after my stream starts wrapping up for the night, I usually hop over and check out Sim for a couple of hours before I call it a night. All right, so we got the berries. So with that, I am going to need a small warehouse. They haven't told me to build it, but I know I will need it, so I'm going to build a small warehouse. We have the picker's cabin. We can put that down so we have our food source. Cutting station. Dedicated to making planks and other building resources. This station is a useful annex to any carpentry shop. So basically, I can produce other construction material out of the materials we find. So let's go ahead and assign a person here. We will pick these berries, because that could be food. And as far as the other stuff, what did it say? You're still waiting on your analysis before we can worry about anything with that. And we got our warehouse, we got the field stuff going on. So let's see if our research has gotten us the chance to research building yet. Nope, I gotta get one more analysis. But yeah, no, I'm really liking the design around this game. It's not the classic you're dealing with most of the most of your survival city builders, where it's like get your firewood, get your food, maybe not get your water. By the way, winter murders you, that kind of thing. It's actually the opposite, where the world's getting hotter as one of the things. And it also seems to be a lot around like, okay, building with shade in mind, trying to figure out food with, very unusual circumstances so far as what you actually need to stay alive. Alright. So, like, a lot of it's going, okay, I've got this plant. How do I make this plant give me food? I can, use it destructively, which gives me instant gratification. But then that's a resource that's gone, if not forever, gone for until we unlock research to recover it. So there's a lot of figuring that out, being like, all right, well, how do I leverage this such that I'm not really hurting myself in the long term? Okay, and you're the one that you'll give me mushrooms, but if I harvest the mushrooms, the plants will wither. Yeah, and it kills the plant. So basically, if I grab those, it's destructive. Okay. So we're now able to unlock our research center. And we are missing Boreal Rocks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I actually don't see... We got Boreal Rocks way down here. You can tell them to do that for right now. And then we need to obtain vegetables. Which we haven't figured that one out yet. Yeah, because right now... Okay, that's interesting. So we kept our research from the last... No, actually, this is just a research of all the different plants available. And then which ones we got. We have different biomes. We got different districts. Cool. For now, though, we want to keep scanning the plants, figuring out what else we can get for resources. We've got the sour berries. So here's those bushes to the side there. Those give me vegetables if I rip them out or I use the pickers on them. As smelly as they are reliable, cabbage shrubs have always been brought along for the ride by settlers moving from one region to another because they constitute key cooking ingredient in most cultures. So that means I can go to you, do this, picking. Yeah, and get these 3 in there. And if I want more, I will need to get some, some other thing. So that'll get me the vegetables. Then it's a matter of just continuing to do the surface analysis. Which is you. I have liked more and more games going for the approach of a lot of your progression being a scan the things, do the research, not just you go to your tech tree and go, here's 10 points, okay, you're done. This one's doing a little bit of both, but that's, while I didn't end up sticking with Stranded Alien Dawn as much, like, we did a decent amount of playing of that game, it just didn't hit as, like, it didn't hold my attention nearly as much as, like, RimWorld, for example. But I did really like that you're like, oh, you're trying to figure this out, start scanning the neighboring plants and, animals and all that, and eventually be like, oh, that I can turn into this material to use for whatever. And I found that to be, really kind of fun. Yeah, so those aren't in great shape plant-wise. My assumption is what we'll end up needing to do as well is finding ways to take some of these things that are not super healthy and get them to be in way better shape so that they yield better outputs. That's my guess, is that the healthier they are, the faster they recover, the faster you can get more goods and crops out of them. Alright, so we've got the research center. We also analyzed the art plant. This is the one that gives me the bark, but if I try to seed it, it hurts us. Alright, so that's providing research. How many people do we have that are not working right now? We're gonna ramp up the number of people we have in research because I've never seen a game where research is bad. All right. Yeah, so I'll have to wait for these to recover, and then I'll be able to get more. All right. Looks like there's a cave. Oh, there is a cave down there. Because apparently there's a cave way down here. There's another cave over there. I think we're getting close to all of the neighboring plants being researched. Alright, I'll speed up the game a little bit. So that these hopefully recover so you can harvest them again. Okay. Trying to see where our research points are kept at. Ah, here we go. Because we can do the exploration missions. That's 20. We can do dish preparation. We can expand our region of influence. We can get picking gear. So all these are fairly expensive. So grow anew unlocks new ways to collect resources from plants. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. Yeah, because this one you don't have any special answers so far as seeding them. But what we'll probably do here is we'll choose to seed them, and then once they get enough of them, we will switch it so we're no longer picking them and only seeding them. And my hope is we'll be able to collect the seeds from that to expand the amount of crops we have in an area. I'm willing to bet by the nature of the game, the more stuff I grow in an area, the more things we run into. Like we'll start using up the water and it'll be a problem. Weavers often lie in the shade of the rounded canopy, working fibers which have fallen from the ground. Okay. So if we get an arborist, we can get soft fibers. Let's see. Already our volunteering movement is encountering its first obstacles. What little we produce can barely sustain the treatment center, let alone provide our neighbors' need. Let's see. On our own, we lack the numbers to properly manage this area. We need better extraction facilities, and more than anything, we need more manpower. Our group has settled on exploring the nearby areas in hopes of finding new partners. Okay, so they want us to explore and try and figure that kind of stuff out. But first, we're going to go ahead and see if there's any other plants we can scan, because why wouldn't I? Do we have any more question marks? No, so it looks like we've done the surface scan on everything in the area. Alright, so it wants me to go for the explorer's hut. That's fine. That's up here, and I already have the science for it, so we'll go ahead and do that. It's not surprising. All these ones are like their story-based stuff are almost certainly going to make exploration an early priority. Gonna put a gap there so I can fit a road through here for later. Because I've learned that lesson in a lot of these kinds of games, where I accidentally box in an area too tightly that I can't get roads in between, and just it gums up everything. And then that one requires 30 science, so that's going to take a little bit to get built up. Alright, so expedition. So we've got an unexplored cave. This area is in dire need of water. We should reach out to the people who live here. Cool. We will send an expedition. And all right. We're sending them out with a lot. That's fine. Yep. And at 30, we go ahead and get the thing that lets us do our first expansion, which is literally telling me I can do it now. So we'll unlock that. Now what that lets me do is we can go here and choose upgrade. And I can make we can upgrade our district here. So this time we can make it the working camp or a green park square. Our botanical knowledge is dwindling due to the lack of green spaces. With this public park dedicated to agriculture and gardening, we can preserve our knowledge and keep watch over the area's natural specimens. Let's see. So we would want a picker's cabin, arborist, workshop, agricultural farm. It improves our well-being, heritage points, and the number of resources gotten during harvest. Or we could change this one, which would give us a forge, kitchen, cutting station, carpentry, weaver shop, increase our social science, and our storage building capacity. I'm gonna let it run. I'm potentially looking at the Green Park Square and seeing what we could do with that. Then we would also, after that upgrade, get the option to expand to the sides and all that. And just see how much we can grow our colony. Analysis complete. And these are the ones that if we go and harvest them and all that, we can get material. And if we seed them, they give mushrooms. I think that's them down here. No, those are the ones that we harvest them and they straight up die. Oh, these ones way over here. Yeah, so if we harvest them, they give us the stone. They've reached our destination. As we walk by the walls covered with paintings and tapestries, our explorers both are awed and confused. Pieces of many different styles are gathered here, all clashing in an epic artistic struggle. Captivated as they are, none of them notice the old woman watching them. Beautiful, isn't it? These pieces represent moments no words could ever describe. They are encounters with the unknown, scattered across the entire decades. She notices a gourd attached to your hip of one of her visions. Her hand tightens. Follow me, I have much to show you. Follow the guide. Let's see. The party follows the old woman on her guided tour of the building. We do our best to try to overcome the truth behind these accounts, she says, pointing an index finger at the mosaic. But our means are limited, and you look like you've done a study or two. Avoiding the gaze of the explorer, she continues. We could all benefit from this area. This area is sorely lacking in water. If you agree to help us, we could grant you access to all of our knowledge. Let's see. Which approach do you choose? Well, I have no choice but to set up trade. I will gain heritage points for water. Let's see. Once we have enough water to proceed with trade, we can reach out to the archivist again. Gotcha. Well, I still have plenty of resources, so we'll keep going. Yeah, so it seems like the idea is surplus water, I give it to her to get heritage points, which we'll figure out what the heck we even do with those. Alright, so it's basically bullying me into doing the display district, which I'm assuming is what they recommend as like the default. Which is fine. But I kind of want to do something, like, there was a reason I was kind of like, I want to do the other one. Just to see the other one. So, for the bark. Yeah, because I can't do anything with that right now. If we look at our information here, we would be looking for the ones that give us the bark. So the cinder sprouts are a source of the bark. Otherwise, we can destroy the bushes. If we have the arborist's workshop, we can use that as a source of getting the bark as well, which I think is the direction we should probably go. I'm sitting at 30 research. The arborists are up here, and that's 50. So if we push that, I believe then we can pull the branches off of these and then convert those branches into bark. In the meantime, there was another building here somewhere. Yeah, the cutting station. We can go and plunk that down here somewhere. But then we can probably go and pull branches off some of these trees around here to make that all happen. All right, we've reached cycle 2. Temperate season. There were 4 new children. All right. And pretty soon, our people should reach the next exploration site. Yeah, so it looks like heritage we'll use as a resource as well. Fossilizer. Okay, so this is literally the one we just did in the tutorial. That basically I can convert either food or other materials into the stone we use. In this place, the food is more renewable, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Alright, send the explorers on to the next one, and then I'll have to return because food. Okay, so I could choose either one of these. Trunk recycling? Oh, I thought it went the other way. Oh, here we go. No, wait, I thought it went the other way, that we converted branches into other stuff. Hang on, get you out of here. I was on... Oh, man, I thought this was going to make the bark, not the other way. Which, you know, maybe I should have realized. Alright, well that changes that plan. Okay, so you can produce bark, not from those, but from trunks. Okay, so that'd be the one we'd want to do. Okay, so we can do that. That makes a curiosity, because we get trunks if we cut down the trees entirely, which I don't want to do. So that we can harvest for lianas. Anyone who's ever sprained their ankle inside the iron grip of the trickster root knows how strong and resilient the vines are, and the witnesses of such instances are growing more numerous with each passing cycle. So if we look at these, I can get from the Cinder Spout the bark I need. If we cut down the trees entirely, we can get the trunks to make the bark. If we cut down the other trees, we can get trunks. That's, like, by its nature, destructive. So that's a pretty nasty limitation for us. I do want them to do one cycle to get ourselves some more bark. But it'd be far better if I can get down to where the, I can get over here where these are, Because if we can get a picker's location nearby this, I should be able to gain the resource bark. Tool production is available. So we'd be able to make tools. But I'd rather get the arborist. Because it looks like there's quite a bit locked behind that. Arborist workshop can care for trees from the outpost and use mechanical arms to carry stumps of fallen trees. And I require quite a bit more resources to build it. But that my assumption with that, what's going to let me do, is it'll probably give me ways to get lots of materials from these trees without killing them necessarily. Pockets of life. The explorers aren't hoping for much. How many ponds seen from afar are actually just mirages? For once, though, the long journey leads them to a region full of lakes. Of course, the water is mostly toxic, but our supplies could use a new source. Besides, where there is water, there are often humans. Also, the surroundings around these areas are quite green. We should go collect some plant matter. Okay, so we can collect green water. We can grab soft fibers and that. Okay, and if we get more research, we could navigate through the lakes. I'm gonna say collect plant matter. And then with that, you gotta go home. Okay, we need to be destructive with these to get more materials. Alright. And I'd like to try to save up 50 for more plant analysis. I think that's going to be another one of those things that are just going to be necessary. Because I suspect what we'll be able to do is learn new ways we can interact with the plants to either help them grow and reproduce and spread or whatever. So we can get in a situation where, like, maybe we grow a bunch of trees and then we hack down half of them, then grow a bunch of trees and hack down half of them, that kind of thing. We'll have to figure that out. Regardless, the first move is going to be getting this thing upgraded like they want us to. Oh, there's the arborist. Because I got the research, I'd really like to build it, just see what we can do. We're only on cycle 2. And we get 40 cycles. Now, granted, the tutorial, we only were in, like, I think later cycle 2 or 3 or whatever. When we finished the entire tutorial. Yeah, so I did notice we do actually have one more bush here than we had before. So I do think the plants are naturally spreading so long as they're in good enough health. Which is one of the reasons I want to be able to get more research. Because my hope there would be, we'd figure out what we need to do to make the plants happy, to get more of them, to, you know, give myself more resources and all that. Alright, expedition return, we got trade routes, and we got a bunch of these supplies. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and send them right back out, because why not? Gotcha, we got expeditions to other regions as well. Let's send an expedition. Alright, so you should be able to go to 3 destinations. Because my guess we're going to have a lot of stuff unlocked behind that. Okay, so it looks like Cycle 3 will have Temperate, Cycle 4 will have Temperate, Cycle 5 we will have a dry season. where the amount of water will go down and the heat will go up. And that'll be first dry season. The game kind of warned us that dry seasons are supposed to be dangerous and all that. I do really like the hand-drawn art style here, where it's like all bright colors and all that. I know I mentioned it more than once, but it is one of those things that, especially among like the post-apocalyptic kind of games, it always like is just gray and brown. Okay. Fruiting provides 100% of resources displayed in the plant's interface. Notching converts the display of resources into a gain of resin at 50% of the value. Alright, so before we do that, let's look at our information here. So we have the sunshade tree. If we prune, we gain the branches. So, let's go here. We choose pruning on these. And we'll notch these ones. To get resin, even though I don't know what that's used for. And if I prune those mushrooms, they die. So let's, for right now, till we know the implications of that and what we can potentially use the mushrooms for, let's not mess with that unless I'm like getting desperate for food or something. Which we might be, because I am noticing... Well, actually, that's probably because of our expeditions. It appears that my foodstuffs might be going down. We do actually have some heritage coming in. Which I guess we get through housing satisfaction. And then if there's any negative penalties, they go away. Alright, Sunken Wisdom. Hoping to refill their water supplies, the explorers head towards a lake. Sadly, the water's transparency is deceptive, as it contains a mixture of acids that even the best filling process can't handle. Unwilling to attempt drinking such water, the party's about to leave when a red scaly creature suddenly bursts out of the water. For a split second, an abdomen marked with a protuberance of silverish veins appears on the surface, before disappearing underneath the blinding reflection of the sun again. The explorers are intrigued by this unknown creature, but their thirst wears them out, and it's still not too late to take a look for some fresh water in nearby streams. Okay, so we explore the area. However calm the water looks, the creature seems to be hiding perfectly within its depths. While the explorers are searching for it, something else catches their attention. A turquoise glow seems to shine through the rocks. It is familiar color that moves the whole party to wonder whether there was a tablet beneath the surface. Collecting it would require at least one explorer to stay underwater for a considerable amount of time, and the water's acidic content cannot be underestimated. Search without protective gear. Bring tools. Come back later. We're coming back later. This place is brimming with opportunities, but we do not yet have the means to seize them. The expedition will come back later. Yeah, my assumption of a person without any protection jumping into highly acidic water with an unknown creature, probably is death. I'm gonna go with that's death. Oh, interesting. So, often mistaken for an animal remains in the past, these thorns are in fact part of a plant family, despite their bone-like appearance. We can rip them out to get thorns. We can harvest them to get thorns, but occasionally we'll get wounded. If the plant gets cooler, it dies. And then seeding causes it to have a chance of injuring you. In other words, it is a really bad times bear kind of plant. All right, we got a new plant there. So basically, you poke the plant if you want to be made bloody. Tool production is available. Okay. So I'm going to ignore where it's telling me I can make tools. And instead, we're going to go ahead and increase our ability to do analysis on plants. To hopefully learn more. Because science rules. Okay. Analyze the plant surroundings to understand how they are affected by each other. Alright. And let's see what requirements will be for the other thing. Yes, that requires 20 tools and 200 science. So that's probably not happening anytime soon. Alright. And our food does appear to be going up. It does seem like our food is kind of at its limit. Cool. So you finally upgrade that. And I'm suddenly realizing that I probably want you to stop doing that. Because I don't know what else we will use the trunks for. So trunks look like they're pretty hard to get a hold of. I should be careful on how much we use that. Meanwhile, we will buy the extension. Because I absolutely want it. And we can get as far over as, like, this area over here. I can't quite get access to any of those down there, unfortunately. Like, that's the closest we can get. And I might be able to, get the bark from those trees. If we plunk you down over here, that gives me an area where I can expand in this direction. Alright, what was the rule with these? So those are the picker's cabin. Which ours is back here. And I don't believe... Yeah, so it's got its restriction based on its own range. Alright, so we've got all that set up for right now. They're going to pick what they can. Let's see. There's a little chance that the creature adopts them and makes them its horribly mutated, sinister, acidic apprentices. But that'll probably not help us either. No. I'm curious, like, if they'll treat the creature as, like, intelligent or, you know, you go in there and you'll have to protect yourself from it kind of thing. Yeah, so we've got resin coming in. We are getting our research moving along. You're getting relatively close to the next region. So what science are we going to next? The kitchen would probably be one we should really get. Refrigerated houses sounds interesting, but I don't have what I need for that. We don't have a renewable source of that. The healthcare is another big one that we could certainly use. Tool production is also one. Probably healthcare. Sewing. Alright. Picking gear. Ugly fruit, that's fine. Walking the plank. Branches and bark allow you to construct remedial buildings using planks that will... Yeah, so those will be things. Sticky situation. Toxic water purification. Toxic water harvesting. Yeah, so honestly, we probably want to go with the preparing meals. So we're not eating crappy food. Because that'll likely improve a lot of our stuff. Okay, that's still considered inside the zone, despite being just barely inside the zone by just a singular square. It wouldn't be fitting as well. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? I'll be sad if they attack the creature because it doesn't seem to be fitting the tone of the game. Yeah. Well, my expectation is the creature would attack them, and it's not that they would attack and try and hurt the creature, but more than try and scare it off. Zone discovered. 3 destinations. 1 destination contains the following. Reoccurring trade. Grove unexplored. We'll send the expedition to go and explore the next place. Alright. So then we'll get the kitchen going because we've got these berries coming in, as well as vegetables. And I am hoping we'll be able to cook the vegetables to make less crappy food. Okay, so we've got rough porridge we can make, or mushroom soup. I'm going to choose a rough porridge, and what we'll need to probably do is get other stuff coming in. So we've got the picker's cabin. We are getting some seeds from that. Alright. Watering kills this plant. Interesting. Thanks for saving it. It seems like you like this game. Ilana seems to have loved it, but you didn't catch much. Yeah, no, I just started the game. I'm very much enjoying it. It's a very different take on the genre that we're having to juggle a lot of other things. Oh, right, I need to make the forge because it's specifically telling us I need to make the forge. I'm sitting here being like, this is the technology I want because it makes sense to me. Right. So tool production is 50. So we just gotta wait a little bit longer. We'll have that and we can get back on track. But yeah, no, it definitely seems like it's a survival city builder. It's just the survival is a lot different. It kind of takes this approach that reminds me more of Stranded Alien Dawn than like your typical city builder. That said, what we'll probably do is we'll play this for a bit longer. And we've been going for what, like 2.5 hours of this game. And then we'll get like the next game we're gonna try for a variety day, which will probably be for Ever Skies, and we'll probably do that for like the rest of the stream. I can definitely see coming back to this game, though. It just basically got a backlog of all these games have been reaching out. Oh, that reminds me. Bear with me for just a second. I'm going to lose audio because the game does seem to pause when I tab out. I believe I have a spare key to give away for this one. Let me double check that, though. So, let's see. Synergy. Yes, I do have a key to give away for this game. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to do the start queue thing, and we can pin that to the top. If you would like a key for this game, I do have 1 key for this game to give out. We'll give it out in about 15 minutes. Is it for Steam? Yes. We'll give it out in about 15 minutes. And the only requirement you have to do is if your name gets drawn, you just have to say something in chat. You don't have to like follow, you don't have to subscribe, you don't have to do anything like that. It's just strictly, I just need you to say something in chat. One, to make sure the person who wins actually does want the game, because a lot of people just see the command in the top and they be like, oh, join. And then I need to get, like, I got the giveaway command fixed, which for the record, our join command has got the new forbidden technology that it should stop going and giving like a not answer where it's like, oh, I drew the blank space, so it shouldn't do that anymore.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Oh, that also reminds me, I'll have to circle back in a minute. But thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. And before I forget, Luxray, thank you again for, the resubscribing on the tier 3 sub at the beginning of stream. I saw that and I completely forgot, so that's my bad. So thank you again for that, and I really do appreciate it. So it also looks like the seed scattering of the gourd will kill the gourd. I do kind of like the whole thing where you got to kind of figure out how the plants work. Because you can't just assume they're going to work and all that fine. But yeah, so we'll do that drawing. What's the time right now? So it's about 9:10 after. So we'll say probably like 20 after, because the polls, or it's been going for a minute. But that is for a copy of this game. Devs reached out and they're like, hey, we'd love to give you this game for you to check on your channel. I'm like, well, first of all, I actually already have your game, and yes, I'd like to check it on on my channel. And they're like, oh, would you like a copy to give to your audience? I'll be like, yes, I would. All right. Bountiful. Although any grassy areas are mostly rare and small, the explorers are lucky enough to discover a space where lush vegetation, with lush vegetation. Now, these plants aren't pretty unless you consider endurance to be beautiful, but they don't require much water to flourish, and their fibers are sturdy and durable. Of course, damaging this natural grove is out of the question, but our explorers would be wrong not to collect a few samples from the surrounding plants. Prune the plants above ground, dig on site. Your citizens will stay 13 extra days before they learn the event's outcome. This also implies they will return 13 days later. So, okay. I mean, prune the plants above ground. I'm going to go with dig on site, because my assumption here is if you just prune the plant, it might not survive. Whereas I dig on site, I might dig up a plant. It's not super clear exactly how some of that works. So, we're learning. And we got our forge, which will require me to destroy some of this again. My assumption is after I rip those out enough times, they won't come back. Because they make a whole big thing being like, you are ripping it out. This is by its very nature destructive. Let's put more people on water. I'm a little worried that we're not getting enough out of that. I'm wondering if we have to like balance the ecosystems where as these plants spread and they have their interactions, that those interactions can be harmful to the other nearby plants. So you kind of like deliberately try to keep certain plants away from each other, that kind of thing. Alright, analysis. The pinkish hue of the leaves indicating the presence of certain chemical compounds. When the leaves of the sunshade tree fall, they break down and they contribute to feeding the soil beneath. So, sunshade trees, they reduce the temperature. I'm guessing that's like increase the organic matter. They do whatever the heck that is. And then they farther reduce the temperature. They do not spread by themselves. And whipping gourds will spawn nearby. Gotcha. So where those trees are, we'll get free whipping gourds over time. And if they also improve the quality of the soil. So my assumption is we'll figure some way of getting these trees out here. And then if I wanted to start trying to grow more stuff, I would ultimately put those trees there to improve the soil, which would then make the soil an option to try and get other materials in. Can I choose to place you even though I don't have the resources? Yep, and then they'll build as you can. That's barely inside the boundary. Your first approach would be poke plant with long stick. See if it wants to eat us. If stick exists on this planet, that is. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the interesting thing with a lot of that is like, you know, first you kind of step way back and just watch the plant being like, does it do anything? Some transportation requests are never performed. Ah, I have too many people working on different tasks. We could reduce the number of people working on that. Yeah, so we're starting to hit the limit on what we can do with what we got. Alright, environmental impact. With the inner green leaves and cooling powers, diluvian bushes are often planted in rest areas, even though they tend to attract dangerous species. It would seem the reward is worth the risk. Produces more resources in the presence of whipping gourds. Increases the overall pleasantness of an area, reduces the temperature, adds organic matter. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of balancing with these plants. The mushrooms are also starting to pretty aggressively grow towards us. So I would like to learn about them, just in case they're going to be some kind of risk. But I do kind of like that it's sounding like you're going to, over time, be like, all right, let's introduce more of this plant, let it go wild. Oh, wait, no, this other plant's starting to move in the area. Go out of your way to rip that plant out, get rid of it, we don't want it. That kind of thing. That's an interesting thing to sort out and deal with. That I can imagine gradually, effectively terraforming the area by what plants you allow to stay and what plants you don't. You know, and that over time, you'd likely put a lot of effort into trying to change an area to be as nice as you can make it. Some transportation requests take too long to be performed. That's fine. Alright, so we have, on rare occasions, when researchers stumble upon a love affair in development of the local flora, it appears this cabbage has a fondness for rhizomes networks. So it gives us plant matter, it cools the area off, and it makes the overall... Oh, it makes the cabbage well-being lower. Interesting. Produces more resources in the presence of the whipping gourd. Spreads in living soil. Okay. So, cabbage shrubs near other cabbage shrubs will hurt the health of cabbage shrubs. Alright. So basically, we want to make sure they'll spread on their own, but as there gets to be more and more of them, they will ultimately start to hurt each other from overpopulation. So it sounds to me like that's a plant that you let them spread, but as they become a problem, like you get too many, you want to occasionally rip some out. Cool. Is this set on Earth? I actually don't know what planet this is supposed to be set on. It's just we're on a desolate planet that, you know, we're struggling to survive. I don't know if it's supposed to be Earth or some other planet or whatever. They do specifically call out that we are human. All right, we got more children. The good news of that is we should have more people in general because we got the last round's children here. Meanwhile, we have 3 remaining slots for housing. So Whipping Gourd will give us water if we rip it up. I am going to go ahead and rip that one up. It's kind of in the way. I'm going to build more housing. Yes, that's the only thing. It's like, okay, we're human, so either we're on Earth, or this is like some future where humanity has managed to go other places. And, you know, there's that. Alright, so get another house over there. Okay, so we want one person working here. Choose recipe. Clean water cooling. Stone crafting. So clean water cooling is fully renewable resources. We are already pruning branches, and we are pulling up water. I do suspect we are going to need to expand our water production. That is what I'm guessing. And for that matter, so that's no longer going to be in our district. I wasn't really able to do much with that, so let's go ahead and for right now, let's plunk that over here. We can grab our main area. We can move the district expansion and plunk it down over there. Okay. Using spades, the explorers pierce the ground, which looks like terracotta. The soil underneath is moist and of a rare quality. No wonder such a grove has grown there. Let's see. Using a little ditch, they have dug in the ground. The explorers are able to extract some plants that are flourishing away from the sunlight. Collect the resources. The composite is full of seeds budding with decay of inedible fruit. We can try to plant them when the party returns. Okay, and with that, return to the city. So we have a new plant to research or whatever. Yeah, so I definitely want to increase our water production. My assumption is what will ultimately happen is our ability to pull up toxic water and then refine that into clean water. Having that extra processing step will ultimately give me more water per time, with the consequence of, you know, also being more burdensome on the production. So next up, we need to build a barter outpost, which I assume is locked behind some technology. There's composting, sun awnings, textiles, supply chain. That's the assignment tower. Refrigerated homes. There you go. So fair trade. So you need 10 tools for fair trade. And that's what's going to let us get stuff like heritage. The fabled chamber. Our situation is dire. Our water storage is still quite rudimentary, and the quantity of water evaporating is too high. The survival of all our citizens is in jeopardy. A legend is spreading through the city, fueled by the delirium of thirst, or perhaps by despair. Some say a philosopher named Vastergal had her laboratory built underground chamber. She said the chamber is said to condense humidity, thus fueling the woman's experiments without limits. Such abundance is nothing but a myth. But even so, many citizens are really ready to risk their lives searching for it. The only way to prevent them from such folly is to provide them with the water need. We need to resupply and fast. Produce enough water for the cycle. Am I out of water? No. I know we started producing tools and it took 15 water. But I'm not super worried about that, considering we more than doubled our water production just like after we built that. And I still do have 62 water in stock. Remaining time, several cycles. So it's basically don't let yourself run out of water or something like that. Food-wise, we're doing okay. We got some good actual meals going on and whatnot. And let me check. Okay, so it's about the time. So again, if you want this game Synergy on Steam, I do have a key. I'm going to be giving that out in just a second here. I'm going to read through this and we're going to give that key out. Let's see. The changing of the season brings this particular bane. All too familiar for farmers. Its metabolism makes it burn from the inside, vaporizing small living organisms dwelling in the soil. It is harmful to all plants. It spreads faster during dry season. The Cinder Spout is something of an unsung hero. Let's see, for though every farmer takes a chance. Okay, so basically, I can get bark from these things, but they also suck. So I want to cut them back from my other plants. So with that, though, let me go ahead and draw the thing. Let me actually go really fast. And I do apologize for that mutes. Every time I tab out of the game, it does that. Let me go ahead. You might hear an echo here for a moment. I do apologize if you do. Get things ready on my end to give that key out. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and draw a name real fast. And Macrelka, let's see, Macrolka. If you would like a copy of this game, all you gotta do is say something in chat to let me know that you do want a copy of the game. And if so, I'll send you the key. I'm going to assume with oh my god, that is a yes. So let me go ahead and get that sent your way. Okay, I've been eyeing this since early access. Well, you need not eye it any longer. So make sure I got the right name here. Paste that key in there. You should be good. And there you go. So I do hope you enjoy the game and all that. Let me unflag that so I don't actually try and give out that key a second time. Which email is the one? Okay, it's that one. All right. I'm getting out that key and all that stuff. And no problem. Cool. So let's just get all that out of the way and get back to it. And I'm going to check to see what's happening to my AC because I am slowly cooking to death in here. I need more of those berry plants to cool me off. There we go. Man, I'm glad it's going to someone who's been eyeing the game for a while. About the best you can hope for. Alright, so you're going to get those tools made. Once you get those, you can unlock the bartering outpost. And that in turn should allow us to open up more things. We're definitely going to need to keep raising our population, which is going to introduce a number of problems. So one of the other things we want to do is these plants are supposedly supposed to be terrible. Now, I don't want to wipe them out, but they are a source of goodies. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to knock them back. And part of the reason I'm going out of my way to knock them back is they do kill other plants around them. It's interesting that that one's withering. Oh, I think it's too close to the water. Because we look at these, all of these out in the sand are healthy, but this one by the water is withering. But yeah, so supposedly they're going to spread much faster during the dry season, which we are approaching, which will be our first drought. So it sounds like I want to let these continue to grow. But yeah, then it also sounds like what we'll want to do here is as these expand, we can get this. So we got our 10 tools, and now I can unlock fair trade. And then with that, we can build a bartering building. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to end up needing to make another gathering location and all that. But it is kind of interesting that this weirdly, the slow growing of those, does kind of expedition returns. Some citizens got sick due to lack of supplies. Well, crap. So we'll unlock immediately what we need for basic medical. Okay, that is considered inside there. And we need to go down here. And harvest more of that. So you need 20, and you're gonna get 10 from there and 10 from here. So I need to prioritize getting that sorted out, because we need them to recover. We can worry about the bartering station after I get the medical attention going. Gotcha. So it's showing that we have the overall health. And the problem they have is weakness. Now, I can't see what I need to recover from weakness. I'm hoping that's one they just basically need to chill for a couple of minutes and they'll be fine. Yeah, so if you just noticed, that Cinder Spout showed up, and it made all that dirt change colors. So yeah, so we gotta keep those back. Because I noticed that was changing, which is why I clicked up here. So my assumption is the health of this will suffer as that grows. Let's see. Whipping Gourd. Let's see. Sprouts spontaneously near other plants. It, okay. It reduces the temperature, improves the health of other plants, and, it increases the humidity. Let's see, does not cause injuries when in moist soil, does not spread on its own. Alright, so the idea with the Whipping Gourd is we want Whipping Gourd to make the soil really nice and continue to spread. And by doing so, it makes the Whipping Gourd both usable, and it also makes all of the other plants around healthier. Which my assumption is all of this depends on the plant's health. I'm honestly going to tell them to cut those back even farther. Yeah, cut those back. I don't want to eliminate them. But if those are going to be so harmful, we'll want to keep them knocked back as best we can. But then we'll have the infirmary built. We won't have the thing to make our medicine yet, which might end up being a problem. Oh, we got one of these trees way up here? it's withered and basically dead because it doesn't like humidity. It's also interesting that we're collecting seedlings, but we don't have a building to plant the seedlings. Let's figure that out. I'm sure there is one I just haven't unlocked. I'm pretty sure I saw one too. Yeah, so my curiosity is, as we cut these back, if we're going to meaningfully see the grass start overtaking things. It's this one particular I'm curious if we'll just see like this get overtaken by the grass. Okay, so it knocked back the grass really quickly. It didn't instantly recover, which makes sense. Now you got a whipping gourd here that's slowly dying. Okay, so we've got the infirmary. Yeah, so weakness is just time. So that's good news. And that should allow our people who have weakness to recover. And meanwhile, they're already building the bartering building, so that's good news. Okay. And how is our water supply doing? It's only gone up a little, but that's with us using extra materials to make tools. If we go here and we put one more person on the water, that'll help. Left to get healed, that's fine. Gonna have nine housing slots remaining. And we are getting more of these bushes. The bushes also cool down the surrounding area, from what we're seeing. So I am curious if we can get the temperatures here to be considerably lower. And like how much that'll help. The other good thing is that's giving me a lot of bark. Are you still scanning stuff? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we're getting more and more information on them. I wonder if we get to the point where if there's too much organic matter, you get like a blight or a mold or something like that. You know, some type of bloom that's going to be a problem. I'm also curious why this one tree is a different color than the others. That could just be an artistic choice, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's something related to that. Okay, and you're still building that, but you're recovering. That's going to take a minute. Research-wise, we've got 40 research. You got things like civil engineering and all that. So you're waiting on 20 tools and 200 science to learn out even more. So we do actually have sewing here. It requires something, rotten resources. Decomposition process is particularly quick in climate conditions we have. Maybe this is a phenomenon we can use. Produced at a decomposer, small dishes made from mushrooms harvested on some plants. Scatter seeds from a picker's cabin, plant new species, plant nursery, supply ground with fertilizer. Ugly fruit. It can sometimes be difficult to tell rotten fruit from vegetables from an ugly but fresh one. We can train ourselves to develop the eye for this. Okay, so we got a lot of technology we need for that. Picking gear. With access to bigger stock of varied tools, our pickers will be able to cover a wider range of terrain. So this is a big one in that it can reach more, but it requires stuff I just don't have. Then we got planks, toxic water purification. We can go where we can pull up toxic water. Heavy burden allows explorers to carry more supplies and bring back more resources without being slowed too much. Oh, that requires a tablet. Okay. Cooking times make it so you cook faster. Better knives. Gives us better crafting and all that. Composting. Raw resources are necessary for some processes. We could decompose a variety of plant-sourced resources, obtain more waste than operations can provide. Yeah, so that's what we would need to be able to start sowing our own plants. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I'm going to say yes to that. Regularly makes giant fungus appear. Okay. So being inside this area makes people unhappy. So we're going to shove it way down here. Let them rip up that fungus. Okay. So we got this tree. Does not spread. Spontaneously sprouts near the arborist workshop. Reduce the temperature by 15. Improves everything's health and all that. Okay. Yeah, but that one's in terrible health. That's interesting. I didn't expect it. That's two things we've got. Is the green area liquid? Yeah, this is water. Right, I didn't want to send them back out yet because we're dealing with our stuff. Okay. So you're almost done. And that requires planks. Alright, so we got bartering set up. Let's see. It is invigorating to see our streets so busy with volunteers eager to help their neighbors. Though this warms my heart, hard times loom ahead. On our last expedition, we encountered a group of analysts who warned us that particularly harsh dry season was coming. We are far from ready to take on such a challenge. The temperate season is a chance to stock up with toxic water without having to waste time filtering it. Treatment can wait because the dry season certainly won't. Once we have accumulated enough water, we'll be able to resume distribution. I'm going to start trying to... Oh, is it just you use it once and it just happens? Oh, okay. I thought it was something where you set up a trade route and it slowly sorted itself out. Alright, so we got a couple of things. They want us to obtain some mushrooms. That's going to happen anyways because we're going to be cutting that back. We want to get 2 purification basins, a bunch of clean water, and 4 drinking water from heritage. Oh, trade 4 drinking water for heritage points. Well, I could do that right now. I still don't know what the heritage points do. Your heritage points can be increased with the green district. Can I just, like, build another district? I never bothered into looking into that. I'm assuming we have to unlock something. Because no one can expand the districts, but it just gives me more space. So it requires planks to do more with that. We are a bit limited in population. Now it's getting unhappy about our water situation. Which, you know, fair enough. Okay, so you want us to do water purification stuff. So that's you and you. We'll start by unlocking your ability to pull up toxic water. And then my assumption from here is I'm going to need significantly more water storage. Because then we'll have this one that's got the fresh water here. And all that. And my assumption here is that with all this stuff, pulling up toxic water, like I said before, I'm willing to bet we pull it up faster and in higher volumes, that it makes sense to get a bunch of toxic water, then process it, versus just going for the fresh water. Because let's see. You grab 10 per... Or, sorry. You grab 10 per cycle. We can actually check it here. Yeah, so you get 10 in half the time. The big issue I'm running into right now is I don't have spare people. And I also want to unlock the plank so we can get this thing going. Because my assumption is this is going to be our source of really controlling what plants we grow. I'm seeing more and more of that dark green spread, which I'm assuming is a good thing. I'm assuming that's humid soil. We've got more of the berry bushes spreading, which are supposed to also be cooling down the surrounding area. It almost feels like ultimately, later on this game, you wouldn't want to grid these like this. You'd want to do something like this, like put a house or two in here, put a house or two in there, and use the natural cooling of a bunch of the buildings to mitigate the heat and all that. Oh yeah, so I gotta get rid of a lot. So this will be 6. It's also curious that I could put an arborist down here and use these as a source of toxic water as well. Yeah, you no longer have anything at you at the starting stock, so we can go ahead and destroy that. Toxic water purification is available. So I've got those. Interestingly enough, these appear to be coming back. I was under the impression that once those were gone, they were gone kind of thing. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher that I am getting to use those again. Now, one thing is, once I build this, it's supposed to make giant fungus come back. Oh, still have the cube pinned? Yeah, thank you for the reminder. We can go ahead and unpin it because it's no longer relevant. Alright. Alright, so the mere presence of the trickster root generally indicates that it's already too late to save the local ecosystem. Once it is close enough, the vines begin to strangle the roots of nearby plants, always killing them to feed on the remains. So it spreads in moist biomes. It's harmful to all plants, fast grow but slow regeneration, and it consumes organic matter. Oh. Well, they suck is what they do. That's these down here. Now the curiosity is, would I be able to potentially cull those back real bad and use that to my advantage? Like use other crops harmful to them to deal with them, or otherwise dry out the area to supposedly kill them. In the short version, though, let's go ahead and choose Rip Out, because it's basically just warned me saying, hey, just so you know, these plants are potentially a bad time. Let's hack them back quite a bit so that I don't let them get out of control. I say this as I got 2 workers who are running around who don't already have jobs. Yeah, so it seems like we got a handful of pretty dangerous / harmful plants, which my assumption is every plant is useful. Apparently was not analyzing those. Okay, we have our last temperate season. Okay, we've got the mushrooms it wants me to get. And we're making good progress on the water. And we're already making our 2 purification basins. And then the assumption here is I'd want to flip one of these over to be the toxic water picking up. This cool illustration art style? Yeah, no, I really like the kind of hand-drawn... Considering this is, like, effectively a post-apocalyptic kind of game, the fact that it's, like, kind of all lush and green and all that, I also really appreciate it, just to have a palette that isn't so murder on the eyes. Okay. So, that does require... Gotcha, we got new people. That does require me to get fungus at some reasonable rate, which I think is going to require us to get that online. Which is going to require us to make planks. So that one I can't do anything with, but when we hit 20, I can get the thing to make planks. In the meanwhile, which one of these is in the best shape? None of them specifically. I'm going to cut back all this fungus down here and leave the one giant cluster here, maybe? It's also interesting because this would allow me to get water anywhere. Because we grew the fungus someplace, it's a source of toxic water and of mushrooms. So I'm going to cut these back. I'm going to leave the one in case we need that to allow it to spread. I don't know if they spread that way. We have the cutting station. Unlock walking the plank. Obtain 20 planks. Build a stone house. Well, I was already planning on unlocking. I'm assuming it was walking the plank. Yeah, literally that was the one I was already going to build for other reasons. But then with that, I'm supposed to be able to build better houses, which might reduce our needs by making the houses better for dealing with heat. Wanderers, since arriving to this area, we have concentrated on our immediate survival, putting all of our workforce into constructing the first necessity buildings. However, some were neglected in that momentum, and they are now protesting. Those too young or not fit enough to work are confined to their homes or worse, their tents. Elderly and children are spared the burden of the toil, but have to face unbearable boredom. A group of children, fed up with their isolation, set up a camp on a building site, forcing work stop for safety reasons. No sooner had they been chased away, they returned to occupy another dangerous building. If we want to alleviate their boredom and keep them safe, the best solution would be able to build places dedicated to children. Look, game. I'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so we basically need more water. We got people complaining, which I'm surprised. I'm getting a lot of water now. It's taking its time, but it is happening. And if I had even more people, I would build another one of these just to get it to stop whining. What is your issue here? You're basically full up on tools. You should be almost ready. Well, for that matter, you stop working on that. And you stop working on this right now. Because I'm not taking in any toxic water, so I'm just not going to fuss with it. The other curiosity I have is, sure, I could potentially get the toxic water faster and then process it later. Alright, let's grab you. That allows me to get the planks. What place do we even make those at? It's probably the workshop here. There you are. So choose recipe, planks, make the branches into planks, go for it. Have a person to work on it, and that should take care of getting this built, which gets me fertilizer, so we'll be able to, rot to make into fertilizer to hopefully be able to grow our own plants or grow them faster, whatever the heck it does. That's fine. My assumption here is once one of these is about to finish its cycle, I'm going to switch it over to the toxic water. I think the idea is you can pump up a bunch of the toxic water quickly, so it's not as big there. Okay, so you've got that. Switch over. Do that. Yeah, so you can get the toxic water much faster. I will put one worker on to processing the toxic water into not toxic water. The thing I don't have is a particularly good way to sustain the mushrooms. We can harvest them, which is certainly not nothing. But at 3 mushrooms per each, I would need to do that, because it's also harvesting them, whether I pick them or cut them down, is destructive. It does kill them. Interestingly enough, I could instead draw a little bit of toxic water out of them as well. There was another plant we saw. Yeah, it was this one. That if we go and get seeds from these plants, they give me mushrooms instead. But that's nowhere near us, unfortunately. So that's going to be kind of tough to make happen. And it also costs water. Yeah, so really this is interesting, because it's basically, for 4 people here, I can get twice as much water if I go with the toxic water. And then 1 person here to process that, and then 1 person to get the mushrooms. So it's kind of a curiosity that basically I would get the same amount of water, but I spread the people between several different tasks that then give me the opportunity to get more materials. So I do think that the refining process is better, and then likely we'll have more difficulty getting fresh water later anyways. Would be my guess of how that all shakes out. So the cabbage shrubs do seem to be spreading aggressively, which is good. The one downside is it did mention them being close to each other does hurt the well-being of the other ones nearby. That's all good. Okay. So we are slowly making the planks. Yeah, so we got another giant fungus growing here. Okay, we got more analysis. The orange hydrant trees are often features in the motifs seen on houses and tapestries, as their figure represents the changing of the seasons as well as the good one can find even in the harshest climates. They increase the temperature of things around them, increase the plant life, and they only spread during the dry season. Watering them kills them, and we can harvest them for ashy kernels. Okay, so those aren't necessarily destructive until they get too close to us, and then we gotta kind of fight them back before they overheat us. They can also be used to counter. There was some plant, I think it was this one, that straight up dies. No, it's not you. There's one of these plants that straight up dies if it gets too cool. Okay, that one's actually doing alright. Why is this one so unhealthy? Like, this one is doing alright. I wonder if you can get to, like, the temperature legitimately just playing cold in an area. By just overdoing it. Yeah, this one's still only poor. I would like to, if we have time after this one, I'd like to try and snag the research to look into the plants more, because it does feel like balancing the plants is probably your main lever right here. What are you complaining about? What is this telling us? Lack of carriers to carry resources. I understand. It is what it is. Action available? Yeah, because we can keep having you explore. Oh yeah, that's to go here. Yeah, and I would need more people. So basically we're still stuck with what we got. What is our housing situation? We have 4 remaining slots. I'm going to hold off on building more tents since we're supposed to get better houses now. Okay, so no recipe selected. So I can choose to rot things to produce this. I'm going to do that once for right now, just to trigger it to work, because that's also another one that locks us behind the sowing. And my assumption with the sowing is that would be a thing to allow me to be like, hey, plant these trees down here. Okay, we can get artifacts from that apparently by ripping it out. Cool. Now I can complain about free stuff. Alright, how are we doing? So we are starting to build up a toxic water supply. And you're churning away at that. Okay, we have obtained the planks. So you want me to build stone houses. Alright, we'll have to figure out how on earth we do that. I'm assuming that's locked behind some technology. Lumber mill, there's all that. We don't care about this. That's better things. Refrigerated houses is where that's at. So that's waiting on a lot more science. Okay. And you're all doing your best. Yeah, so one cycle of the rot. And I'll take you back off this to just help up. You gave your youngest an old set of wood stamps, but it didn't distract him for more than one afternoon. I understand you're like, hey, we need social of at least 4. They have social of 0. And it shows a bunch of pictures of buildings, but I gotta unlock them. Okay. Some ruins are completely surrounded by petrified giants, almost as if they laid out there on purpose. It seems possible they were planted in such a way to keep invasive species out of urban areas. So, applied effects within range, +5 minerals, -5 organic matter, does not spread, toxic for Cinder Sprouts. Okay, so you can grow those to basically kill the other thing. When we try and grab them for seeds, then we get mushrooms instead. So that's the idea. Is they're my easier to manage renewable mushroom supply. I'm gonna rip out this mushroom. So I'm gonna keep one here, and this thing's supposed to produce mushrooms just from existing effectively. And you're 50. And I'll probably have to focus on whatever I need for social since the kids are getting uppity, apparently. I'm really curious once we get to the dry season. That's part of the reason I'm, like, I said I'd probably be wrapping up on this game soon and going on to the next one. That's part of the reason why we're still going, is I am just like, okay, well, let's see how the season goes. Because I am enjoying this game. I can see myself playing more of this game. It definitely scratches an itch. Why do I feel like I keep queuing that? Oh, you know what happens? I'm queuing it up on the mushrooms, then I'm removing the mushroom I queued it up on. I see. And I do wonder, once you research all the plants, does this building just stop having any value? Yeah, so I got another giant fungus growing in there. Okay, so you finished a cycle, so let's go ahead and take you off that so we can get a little bit better with the hauling of stuff. Okay, so these... I need more of these to function to keep up. To increase our water production. Here at 47. And I'd love to put more people on the research to boost the amount of research we're getting a day. We did have it on 3. But now I just don't have enough people to throw around. We got 5 more kids growing up this coming turn. Alright, so let's... Okay, so dry season, our lakes are gone. These all boosted. So that's certainly a thing. We can unlock the refrigerated houses. Now, can I upgrade those in place? No. So we have a stone house, or a stone house. I think they're literally just 3 different designs of the same thing. You're a different size. You're gonna screw up my entire design I've been doing so far. Well, we'll have to slowly get everything switched over. So this is the point where we get to figure out, did I give myself enough water to keep this going this whole time? It also looks like that dried up. Now, in theory, if I can get an arborist down here, I could drain the mushrooms for a little extra water. I did notice this area changed a bit to be more of it dry. So that's the whole thing. So that pretty much worked about how you'd guess it's going to work. Oh, you're slapping that out real fast. Yeah, because there's your range where you have the negative effect. So we definitely don't want to get closer than that. Like how the artwork of the game is fantastic. I know, right? So I'm curious how different the housing is for these units versus these ones. I'm assuming just way better. But we'll figure it out. Because what I'll do is I'll put houses here. I'm going to knock down a bunch of these houses as we are able. Okay, so this has an extra housing slot than those up there. Yeah, I can't fit another one up there. What does it take for us to expand? Oh, it's just this. Yeah, so you can buy an extension. Okay. So I've got all those. Alright. Contrary to what may appear, the barbed bramble is not a parasitic plant, but rather has a tendency to settle and terraform the land in which it grows. It simply aims to make the soil more habitable for its progeny, albeit at the expense of all other species. So basically, barbed brambles does -5 well-being for barbed brambles, but it also adds 8 minerals. Prevents plants from spreading within its reach, only spreads during the dry season, and cooling kills the plant. Yeah, so I'm going to tell them to go ahead and extract all of this, because you got a whole lot of people who can't pump water right now. So get to it. And they're going to keep building these houses. So we're going to tell you to destroy these houses over here. Alright, and we'll wait till this stuff gets built. And we're going to slowly convert our way over to not being these houses. We can also send out an expedition. And we should have the tools now. So I could send the expedition. And we'll get that figured out. Okay. So for something for our people to do, so they quit complaining about being bored. Provides heritage over time. That's cool, but not really what we're looking for. Public space arrangements. Unlocks social in the city. So we're probably looking at this. So 30 points and some stone. This looks right up your alley. Oh, it's been really fun so far. It's interesting in that it's a city builder, but it's a lot around like balancing out what you got going on. So like these plants make it colder. These plants, as their population goes up, they'll actually negatively impact each other. These plants boost other plants nearby. These plants suck and they kill everything and they're awful, and I'm going to cut them back again. They do give a good resource, though. This the bark is pretty solid. Management side? Sort of. It kind of reminds you of Oxygen Not Included in the sense that you have certain things that create certain, like, certain stuff will create different materials or different situations that you then have to manage. So there's a little bit of a juggling going, okay, well, I need more of this, let this happen. Okay, I need less of that, you know, do this to get rid of it, while still having research. Alright, so you've got that. Got some bark laying here. Okay, we can afford to get rid of 2 more houses. Or 2 more sets of tents. And build real houses out of them. And get 2 more out of here. I'm trying to see how I want to rearrange these. So I think I'm going to do... Okay, the expedition went up. Get rid of this road, I think. Which I don't... Ah, here we go. Get rid of that path. They can reroute this down here, remove that road. Because, yeah, with that removed, I can build up this way. We kind of rotate the houses, get rid of the crappy tents, move up to the stone houses. How is our water doing, by the way? Because we are bringing in no new water. Which is starting to worry me because we don't have to... Family bonds. Among our citizens, we have a family... Let's see, we have a family counting 4 generations of arboriculturists. Like many others... they had to leave the orchard that used to feed them before it withered. Since their arrival, they have suffered from a lack of common spaces and road networks. Being separated by several smaller houses, they hardly see each other anymore. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream and all that. Let me try and get down here and stop the ad from happening. Cool. I got ahead of it so you didn't get immediately hit with an ad when that popped in, just from bad timing. But I do hope you had a good rest of your stream. How was it? I know I dropped in. I'm trying to remember what it was you were playing. Let me go ahead and do a quick... There's the shout out already. Quick shout out. You were playing... Was it 7 Days to Die? I don't think I saw you playing 7 Days to Die. But if it was 7 Days to Die, regardless, you know, RimWorld, 7 Days to Die, Project Zomboid, any of those stuff, it's all good. You can check out Warren. Fantastic time over there. Plays a lot of it. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Stream is good. Survival Saturday, you're playing a bunch of stuff today. Gotcha. Yeah, so I didn't see you playing 7 Days when I checked out earlier. That's just like, that I don't think was it. But regardless, check out Warren. Good times over there. But welcome in, Raiders. We are doing a variety of games today. So, like, we started a game with our, it was like supermarket, or not supermarket, it was a super car collector simulator or whatever. It was okay. It was another one of those ones where you run a retail shop, like Supermarket Simulator or Trading Card Game Simulator or whatever. Doesn't, like, it really closely follows the Trading Card Game Simulator, TCG, but kind of didn't do much to differentiate things. It's too early access to really get a good feel for it, so it's kind of one of those ones like, it's fine. But we've moved on to Synergy, which we've been enjoying a lot, which is a very weird city builder in that there's like a balance you do. So you'll have like this plant will cool down the area around it. This plant will die if it gets too cold. That plant, you know, if it gets too much moisture in the area, it dies. And they all give you different resources. So it's kind of been interesting in going, okay, we're going to have to sort out all that stuff. And then meanwhile, we just had an event that it sounds like I need to build up the social in my town or people are going to get upset about it. But, so it's got its own take on it. So it kind of reminds you of Oxygen Not Included. The way when you pull this lever, something else goes out of whack. So you got to pull that lever and then something else goes out of whack until you find an equilibrium. But it's been fun. It's not been dire like I push something and suddenly I got to panic change something. You just kind of slowly see it going, oh, hey, I'm going to have to deal with that sooner or later. But yeah, and for those who don't know me, I run the Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid. That said, I do play a lot of similar content to Warren, where RimWorld, Project Zomboid, a bunch of other like survival city builders, you know, that kind of stuff. But it's been pretty good. But I've definitely been enjoying it. It probably won't be too much longer before we end up switching over to Forever Skies to check out its 1.0 release. The idea of today has been to hop between a handful of games, see which ones we really like, see which ones are kind of and keep going to that, since so much is coming out and updating right now. So to get back to this dialogue, and we'll get back to it. They think about going back to their old orchard, where they could live together, but unlikely to be able to provide for their needs. This family is one example of a general trend. Many families and groups have been split up in the city's failings. We should act before they decide to leave our city, so we need to get a social of 14. You're killing me. They keep being like, I need the next thing. Alright, so I still need 7 more research. Yes, like this was a river. We're in a dry season right now, so I can't pump the water. I'm getting a little nervous about it, because my water supply is going down much faster than I'd like it to. And, the good news is I still have 40 more water coming from this before those run dry. So here's hoping that all carries through. Alright, and meanwhile, let's go ahead and start demolishing these tents that people have been staying in. Now we're building real houses. Okay, so our expedition reached their source. Sunken Wisdom. So we were here before, and the water here is extremely acidic. And some type of weird creature popped out and startled our people that we don't know about. And so I had the choice the last time of, do I want to hop in without any protective gear or come back later, because I didn't have protective gear. And my immediate thoughts were, I am not making people jump into acid water to try and retrieve something, because may not be the smartest person, but I feel pretty heavily that whoever jumps in there would not be coming back. But now we have protective gear, so we're going to go ahead and use those. The diver seemed confident her suit protecting her. Equipped with some mining tools, she managed to extract a tablet and from the lake less than an hour. Cool. Tablets are good for special research. In that case, we'll go ahead and send our expedition team on to the next place. I also really like the art style. For a game that is objectively post-apocalyptic, it's nice to see it features more colors than gray and brown. And that it's, like, very vibrant. Okay, so I've already cut back those things more. I gotta keep an eye on these brambles, because they kill anything that grows nearby them. Let's go ahead and plan to cull those back as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and chop those so they don't go down here killing these plants. Yeah, that's what I think is happening. Is so if we look at this, these bushes cool down the area. That's why it's got some dark green here and their source of food. These vines here kill other plants around them. So where this vine has reached this point, it's killing that bush. And I don't think we want to fully eradicate them, because I have a feeling they are something I want. But at the same token, I do want to have the other plants continue to spread that I can use. Because the game did warn us that the world is going to gradually get warmer and less hospitable. And so we are going to need to do stuff to manage that. Is that a new plant down there? I was just curious when I saw that you research the plants to figure out stuff. So making sure there's nothing new. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so like this dark green area, we've been slowly growing it by doing what we can to get these plants to be healthy. We don't know enough about the plants to really go. Alright, so our purification basin just ran out of any water to purify. This one's about to. We are just over halfway through this drought season. So hopefully that gets resolved soon because it's dicey. Okay, and we're out of branches. Yeah, it's telling me to keep producing clean water for a cycle. Otherwise, people will potentially leave. This one is we got all our kids are getting bored and causing trouble. And I don't have much time to take care of that. So we're going to try and deal with that right now, because we got what we need for that. Alright, so outdoor lounge. So that requires the fabric. We have a table. We have a serpentine bench. That's unintentionally nearly perfect. Okay, so we're going to put those down to try and help with that. We're waiting on being able to make more of this. Alright, so we researched our plant. As tasty as it is, one must not forget that the giant fungus is first and foremost an invasive parasite. So it will remove organic matter from the area around it, and it spontaneously, grows near decomposers. Which was a deliberate thing, because I do want the mushrooms for the materials they give me. Ooh. I wonder why you suddenly are so aggressively growing. So let's go ahead and get rid of those three. These ones are farther back we want to deal with. Realistically, I probably want to hack these back as well. Because I'm assuming, as they deal with the organic matter, I'm going to go ahead and hack it back that far. That'll be a problem in itself. Okay, so let's see here. The Pearl of the Plains. Let's see, Inselberg The Unterberg standing on the explorer's path is marked with, I don't know that word, is marked with the undulations as if some wavy liquid had suddenly frozen. The party observes the cavity at the top of the rocky formation. Considering the watery behavior of the strange hill, it is rather reasonable to suppose that there is a small pit, is in fact the entry point, a projectile. I'm so confused. Still, they would need to cut through the stone to make sure, and that would take quite some time, as well as proper tools. Dig on site. Sure. Let's see. The digging is long and difficult, but it produces plenty of rocks, which can be useful for construction. As the explorers begin to lose hope, they find the life form they were looking for. They come across a cold, bluish-black metallic surface. The object, very much like a meteorite, but it seems to house some sort of mechanism in its core. I don't know why I'm having such a struggle reading. Why has this impact been so atypical? Where are the craters and the tectonic cracks? Cool. So we got a technological artifact. With that, let's go ahead and return to the city, because we got some goodies, and I would like them. And how goes the water situation? Is it dire? The fabled chamber. The thirst is rampant. Some citizens are slumbering on the brink of death, while others are overcome by an ultimate burst of energy, convinced that their last chance to find water. They equip themselves clumsily, then get lost in the desert, hoping to find the legendary chamber of Astigul. May the sands have pity on their souls. So no one actually left, though. No, that's weird. So it actually did take... I'm not... That's weird. So it said 0 citizens left, but then it did look like that number went down. You know what? That's fine. I don't really care. They did it to themselves. Alright, so I do have the social 4 required to make wanderers happy. And I'll need 14 social for the other stuff. Wanderers. Children wandering in the city now have access to some suitable places. Benches and tables have been installed so that everyone can meet and play outside without disturbing other citizens at work. However, as this is still rather rudimentary, when we have more resources, we will need to set up more sophisticated meeting places, as well as road networks to connect houses. Okay, I mean, that's fine. We're working on it. And as far as housing goes, I still have 4 remaining slots, but I'm not going to get rid of the tents because we're still waiting on wood, and it's just taking its sweet time. You apparently no longer have someone working here. That's a problem. Why do suddenly I have so many extra jobs free? I'm a little confused by that. That's fine. They'll figure it out. Yeah, so we got family bonds. We've got several cycles to get that sorted. I'm going to do that anyways because I'm going to be building more recreational stuff to make the houses happier. Because we are starting to build up the social. I'll still need to get culture figured out. But yeah. And water continues to decline, but we're about 3/4 of the way through the dry cycle. And then we should be good. In the meantime, we just kind of basically wait. And I did cut back the worst of these, so those don't move into my area and start killing stuff, where we knocked the mushrooms back to get them under control, and we knocked these bristle back. And I'm otherwise just genuinely letting the bushes go rampant. Same with the cabbage shrubs, I'm letting them just kind of go wild. Your citizens drink 145 units of clean water per cycle. I have 58. It's probably okay. It's probably something I don't need to be immediately and deeply concerned about. Alright. So the citizens have returned to the expedition, and they brought back one of these artifact things and a tablet. So the tablet gives you just straight up instant research. So I can go here and be like, sun awnings. Let's say, using less heat-sensitive materials, we could install awnings in public spaces that would allow citizens to enjoy the outdoors while protecting themselves from the sun. Provide some shade to the building. Okay. The other technology I can get is that our expedition people can carry more. And that appears to be the only ones I have access to right now. What are the awnings made out of? I would need the fiber things, and we don't have those right now. And planks. I'm gonna choose it anyways. Wait, decipher tablet? Oh wait, there's another one. Saving wood. We could use thorns to make tools, pulverizing them to form boards or whatever. And I can't jump to these ones that are disconnected. You can also use it to instantly influx yourself with a bunch of science. I'm gonna go with that. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is, while our water gets catastrophically low and everyone begins to panic, let's go to this. I can add here. What do I get from you? So, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this building. I should have done this a while back. That's not the right building. This building. And add for you to prune these trees over here. So that we can get some of that thread stuff. That we can potentially get those awnings built. But otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing. In the meantime, I'll also put a second person on that. So they keep getting sticks, keep producing planks, keep making tools, doing all those things. Is there a way I could set how much of these to make? Oh, yeah, okay. Limit production. That's fine. Limit production. The limit production limit defines, when the limit is reached, it'll stop doing it. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I want to limit it. Oh, this is the UI. I thought this was like a help pop-up. Okay. Alright, so we'll limit those production. That's a little bit of a weird UI.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, and it seems like with the map, you can keep playing past it, but 40 cycles is like the game. Which 40 cycles, one cycle is 40 days. So you can do the math there. The tutorial, we were only on like cycle 2 or 3 when we finished the tutorial. Alright, let's speed up time again. So water is right about to run out. I can do nothing about it at this stage, not really. So that's certainly a thing to be deeply concerned about. Alright, let's go ahead and knock you down. And knock you down. Like, we're kind of in the ride or die. I'm either gonna make it to the other side of this or we're not. So the lesson here is I need to produce a lot more water to ride out the dry season. My storage was fine. I didn't have a chance to fill up my storage. Okay, let's go to our houses. Okay, so you have 6 spots free, and these are 2. So get rid of those 2. Alright, so we just got to the temperate cycle again. So we're critically low on water, we're really low on cooked meals, and we're low on a bunch of our food, all related to water. These are pumping as fast as they can. It is a problem because... Oh, good, it was already almost done with the last one. So we are getting a tiny bit of water in here really quickly. So that is going to help. And as soon as we get the next house built, we'll get to the next thing we need to do. Alright, so what do you want? Sun awning. Oh, interesting. Well, the heck with it, let's build one. The way it described, I thought it was going to be attached to a building, not its own independent thing. Yeah, so you've hit limits where you're not going to make more. I'm totally fine with that. And we will say, don't produce more than 100 of these. Okay, now everyone is complaining that they're out of water. That's great. I'm glad to know that you still have basic needs that are being unmet. And that your situation has gotten desperate. It's probably okay. Certainly nothing to panic and or riot and or burn the entire town down. Oh, you have tons here. The problem is, if I set more of you up, that's more of a burden on our water. Oh, we're already gonna have another dry spell? Okay, hold up. Water. Pump. I would like 2 more of those, please. And I'd like them, you know, a couple days ago, if you don't mind. That feels very Frostpunk, yeah. Yeah, it's more Timberborn than Frostpunk, but same idea. Alright. So we still have several cycles till that's done. And that's for the social stuff. Okay, and we can keep moving that road through here. Alright. So I got a bunch of stuff built here. We're trying to improve the social. Oh, building that only improved it by 1. Oh, weird. That didn't improve it anymore. It says +5. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. 5% per citizens. The following buildings and decorations improve social and all that. So I'm assuming that doesn't help much. Huh. I really need you to get way more water in now. It is a thing that should start to stabilize. Because we are getting more, but that is a pain point. I don't actually need resin right now. I can make that go even farther, so we can get that up to 4. Did your range extend? Where are you? Yeah, so you're getting seeds from those. No, your range is still basically the same. Cool, so we did get enough houses. Each day, more and more people come to us, asking us for supplies. Naturally, we do not want to turn anyone away, but we are forced to weigh the urgency of each request while others wait in line. However, by the time we were able to come to the aid, those whose needs were deemed less urgent, their situation will likely have deteriorated. To handle these requests more quickly and fairly, we must invest in research so that we may upgrade our treatment center. Okay, so with this, we should have enough houses built now that I don't need these tents anymore at all. We'll need to go over here. And build one more house over there for a little bit of expansion room. And otherwise leave it be. So we need soft fibers, we need a Hall of Wisdom, and we need to unlock catering. We now officially have people who are getting sick with thirst. Which I'm trying to take care of as aggressively as I can. I've got them going full speed. There's 37 clean water. Go figure it out now. I have clean water. Because one of these landed both of these landed their finishes at the same time. And we are getting way more water production built. Because my intention is to just start massively expanding the water. What? Oh, you need more branches. And you're getting more thread. You've got the giant fungus is continuing to grow aggressively over there. All right. And the berry bushes are continuing to grow aggressively here. Yeah, and so the good news is that's all still in range. We have completed construction of another pontoon. So I'm going to tell this one to get more of the toxic water. And max out the people there. And then the other one will get more fresh water. And then what I imagine we would do is as we start building up a surplus of the toxic water ahead of these things' ability to process, I'll switch these all but one of them over to the fresh water to keep that. Because we can process the toxic water into fresh water at a higher yield than we would get out of the freshwater pontoons. But, you know, getting it directly to fresh water does save me having to get mushrooms and other materials to keep this process going. Granted, I seem to be doing pretty good on the supply of that. In storage... Oh, that's priority, not how much to carry. Okay. And what do we still need research-wise? We can get supply chain, which is dedicated carrying people. Textiles, I'm not too worried about. Not too worried about this tool. You want me to get that, so that gives me heritage points over time. We're going to just go ahead and do that right now. It seems to be blocking us from going to the next area. Hanging tapestries. Alright, so let's go here. We have the Hall of Wisdom, which is entirely too big to be reasonable. Alright, so I've got you. Am I ready for like another expansion off of this? I would need more planks. So basically we can get that done. Now it gives us tapestries. which I do not have the materials for any of. But my hope is those tapestries will help, because I built all this stuff expecting to get a lot of social out of it. And then I got +5 and no higher, which does confuse me a bit. Because this wants me to have at least 14 social, and these outdoor lounges didn't achieve that goal. That's fine. They do still cover a lot of this area. This one's probably redundant here. So let's get rid of just that one. And the reason I'm saying that one is this one covers this whole area. This one covers these. And then this one covers all that. And if they're not stacking on each other, there's no point in me tying up that spot with something that doesn't stack, because our social didn't go down at all. So my hope is with this, we'll get the bonuses. Oh. Benches and tables are one type of social. And then the city banners are another type of social. I see. And then these will also give us, I'm assuming that's culture bonus. But I'm gonna need thread. My assumption is the awning here is the one that goes the farthest. Well, that's interesting. It's like a really long section it covers. Okay, so they cover really long spaces. Other than you, which is surrounded by it. Area of effect, 18, 18, 18, 3. So these all seem to cover the same area. And they all give 5 as well, so I don't really understand why I'd choose one over the other. So I'll put you here. And put you there, and that should cover all the houses. It'll take a little while because I need more of the thread. And unfortunately, these trees over here, a lot of them aren't doing so hot. Because they're too close to the water. But they'll sort themselves out. Oh, we got you built as well. Unfortunately, I don't have spare workers to work on you. I'll put one person in there just so you're technically functional. Okay, we finished the Hall of Wisdom. Okay. We can put one person here. And that gives us some heritage points every day. The problem is I got only 2 people are currently hauling stuff. Alright. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Rules of hospitality. After a long journey marked by urgency and survival, our city is now experiencing the real desire of everyday rituals. One of the eldest took the initiative to transmit hospitality traditions of old. A whole set of practices regulating the preparation and consumption of food. However, they and their disciples need a building for these ceremonies, at which, for now, remain purely theoretical. These customs are particularly interesting for our explorers, as they define certain social structures as contributing to establishing friendly bonds between peoples. We should take advantage of this sudden interest in such ceremonies and build hospitality buildings and go meet our neighbors in the surrounding area. So we can have... Oh, we just need to have culture of at least 4 and knowledge of 8. Oh, so I don't need to like do anything other than just expand what we're trying to already do. Which I'm already trying to get the culture set up. That's what these banners are for. Our knowledge is actually maxed out from what I can get right now. And then social is where we're kind of scratching our head that plunking down these other buildings didn't seem to help with that. So we're going to figure out what to do about it. And then this is the sun awning that's going to add shade, which does lower the overall temperature. And the shade also impacts the health of plants underneath it. Interesting, so I'll have to worry about that. I mean, it makes sense. I just wouldn't expect this shade awning to impact that tree. That's fine. Yeah, so you keep working on all that stuff. We are getting some soft fibers in. And where is civil catering at? Up here. So simple catering requires that I have 40 dishes on hand and 80 heritage points. All right. And I think that's officially the point that I need to add another worker on our kitchen. Also, that's terrifying. Our food supply is dwindling rapidly. That'd be because we, some reason, have less people working there. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and take some people off of the water production here to free them up, because that's deeply concerning. We might also need to go down here to get the picker's hut. So that'd get me access to have you pick the berries. And I don't think I can get you close enough to access that. If I put you up here, you'd be able to access a lot more. Let's check what you have access to already. Oh, you basically already have access to... Oh no, so you're 1, 2, and 3. So you have access to this. I can get that, but you already have those berries. So probably plunk you way down here. And hopefully when we're able to expand the range these things reach, I might be able to get those ones farther down. If not, hopefully this is the kind of game where it's not super destructive of what we got going on. Okay, they're building the first banner there. We have 2 people for here. So, have you go for that. Where's the seeds? And you can't really do a whole lot else. I'll put 1 person there. Go to the research building. Take some off of that. Cut back some of those mushrooms. Okay, so adding this did increase our social to 8. Okay, more temper, and we got more children. And more workers, so that's good. Let's keep it at that, so you've got 4 people to spare. Okay, so our cooked meals are starting to go up, and it does seem like our basic foodstuffs is kind of holding steady. But, as we're getting more plants there and all that, that should help. Especially now I've got more workers here. And this 1 worker seems to be able to handle that just fine. Unfortunately, we can't reach more. And you wanted civil catering, which is going to require me to have more meals cooked. That's fine. Alright. What I think we're going to be doing here in just a minute is we're going to be probably switching our games up to check out Forever Skies. We did play this once, or actually twice, when it was very early access, and I very much enjoyed it. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, the fact I couldn't finish it at the time made me not want to continue pursuing, because it really sucks to me when you're like getting into a game, like, yeah, this is cool, and be like, congratulations, you finished the content. Come back here in 6 months to a year to get more. We also do agriculture. I'm gonna save this. I have enjoyed this. First story thing on stream. I don't know, that's a terrible save name. But bear with me, chat, because I have got to use the restroom in a big way. So I'm going to go quickly use the restroom, then we'll get everything switched over. For those sitting over on YouTube, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and like get the next stream thing set up for you so I can kick you over there so that you're already in the right place for when we're ready. So bear with me for one moment. So Forever Skies, Skyraft 1.0. All right, so do this. Because in order to get you to not get dropped by the stream, I've got to already have the thing created and pointed to and a whole bunch of other nonsense I honestly don't want to have to deal with, but it's just the way YouTube works. Get that out of here. So I don't already have a playlist for you, that's fine. And then we'll get everything set up and bounced over. Forever Skies. But yeah, that way you're just in the new place, and the stream will be down the YouTube side for a couple of minutes while I get everything flipped over and all that. So we've got that. Yep. So then I gotta go back, point the first stream to the second one and all that. It's my big complaint on the YouTube side is just there isn't a streamlined way to deal with any of that. So switching game categories is a whole big mess. Yeah, so it should be under customization, redirect action to Skyraft, save. Okay, get that out of here. Skyraft. All right. So YouTube, you're gonna get kicked away for a little while. I do apologize. It's just the way your platform works over there, that I can't just be like, change game category, and it just works, everything breaks, so I actually literally have to make multiple streams and point it all. You get the idea. So with that, you're gonna get dropped. I just realized I can't drop you from where I'm at, so let me do that here. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, we are going to be switching games here in just 2 seconds.